from sap to strength in nature's art. Rubber forms a resilient part. From trees it flows through skillful hands, crafted strong for life's demands.
It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown. Oh.
4 years of battles, a fight so near. Two foes collide, the end is clear. In shadows cast, they forge their plans. Now victory's within our hands.
It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown.
Triumphant apes, they rise and shine, ruling markets, a sign of the times. Bulls and bears, they step aside. In this kingdom now, the apes reside.
It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown. Through the nights and days we fought this fight. With hearts of gold we reached new heights. Together we stand through thick and thin. In this game of life we always win.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. So today, aside from the normal intro song, we have a song created with AI by Papa Mac. So let's give it a listen. Let's set things up. I hope it's gonna come through. Yeah, here we go.
Such a great time to be alive. A new golden era waits. Hear the roaring crowd. The time of the apes is now. Strength in our hearts, fire in our souls. We're forging ahead towards our ultimate goals. DJT's gold will be something to behold as we watch Elon's doge get rid of the old. Better days ahead. Time to finish the wall. Together we rise, together we shall not fall. Through trials and tests we've paved the way. This new golden time begins today. From every mountain, every valley wide, our hope sparks the flame. Our convictions will be our guide. A new dawn breaks, hear the roaring crowd. The time of the forgotten is now, no doubt. Strength in our hearts, fire in our souls. We the strife. We're reclaiming the light of life. With every step, we're breaking free, writing the pages of history. Peace breaks out across the globe. Keep it tight, the future's ours to behold. Bound by hope, united in name, through the fire we forged a vow. The golden era is here, and it starts now.
Yep, and that was it. That's a nice song. I think we can try and we can start using it at least until we get some new proposal. I hope it came through fine on your side as well. So let me just now get on with a bit of just background music for us. Now I do need to disappear in a minute for a bit. I do need to get something done on the side, but that shouldn't take long and I'll be back soon. Okay. Let me just take a quick look since we're here. I still have a minute. We had on the pogo stick on AMC, we had 56,000 shares, 308. And on GME, we had 41,176. Not a lot of movement from where we left it last night on both. That's why I zoomed out a bit to have a better view over where we ended yesterday and what happened overnight. GME is higher than where we closed, but with AMC we're quite a bit flat from where we started. Not a big difference. But yeah, I will need to disappear now for a bit and be back soon. Okay, you guys be good, on your best behavior, please, and catch you in a few minutes. Bye bye.
at the bottom of the ocean. Don't know if I'll make it back home. At the bottom of the ocean. I'm at the bottom of the sea. At the bottom of the ocean. Don't know if I'll make it back home.
Okay, everyone, I'm back. Good to see that we have some more people in here. Morning, Mueller. Hope you have a good day. Terry, you piqued my interest. I'm curious what you retracted over there. 4 more days. Oh yeah. I just hope those are the only types of fireworks we're gonna see. Okay, let me enter Discord, see if anybody's gonna join. Oh, looks like we already have Pirate and Audio Titses.
Happen and what they're going to pull
Hello.
is going to be unbelievable. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Morning, preacher.
Good morning. So I think we need to start with an audio check. So on stream, if anyone can confirm if you can hear Audio Tits and Pirate.
Let me log in there real quick and I'll let you know.
Yeah, I didn't even get a push notification that you had started.
No, I just joined now. The stream. You need to subscribe first, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, you're good.
Nice. So,
Interesting morning.
any thoughts on the market?
Did you read what Pirate just put in there?
Audio and I was just talking about it. It's pretty fucking exciting. Bloomberg News reported that Ken Griffin did sell his bonds. They completed the offering. He raised $1 billion. But here's the thing. You're like, why would a guy? I still can't find the stream on here. What's up with that shit?
I'm important enough that
They're starting to block you.
It took a few seconds. It finally raised $1 billion. Here's the thing. He raised $1 billion. He promised. Let me get this right. 1.9% interest above treasuries. He sold 5-year bonds and he sold 7-year bonds. But here's the thing. Why would a guy that's supposed to have all this money need to raise that much capital? And somebody else put on there this morning that on Bloomberg or one of the other X articles said that it's likely that this is because of redemptions. People are fleeing his fund. And what's happening is they come in. Because he's running a Ponzi scheme. I'm convinced of it. It has all of the hallmarks of a Ponzi. So the original people who have invested in his fund that he's managing their money, they're like, yeah, we want out. Give me my money. I'm leaving. Well, if you remember, and you don't have to take my word for this, if you go back and check, it was not too long ago that he sent out a letter to all of his investors saying that you can't have your money right now.
Yeah.
You can. He limited redemptions, I think, to like 6% a quarter or something. Don't get hung up on the
6, 7,
number.
something like that. I remember as well. Yeah.
Right. But you couldn't just take your money and leave, and that's a bad thing right there. So what it appears to have happened is he's got people leaving, and here's where it gets interesting. He can't pay them their money without one of two things. He either has to sell off like his Nvidia, some of his winners, which is like Audio. No, we're just talking. If he does that, then he doesn't have the collateral to keep his shorts open. Margin call. If he sells off, if he closes his shorts, then he knows what will happen with the price action.
Yeah.
Either way. So this guy is supposedly making all this money, and he has to borrow money to pay his fucking bills. This guy is trapped. I'm telling you, we are so fucking close on this. I'm really excited this morning based on what I see, because no other explanation makes sense. So he's now the question is, somebody else put this in. I'm stealing this, plagiarizing this. Who's buying this trash? Who in the fuck would pay him 2 points above treasuries for 5 years? I mean, knowing that he's fucking likely to go to burn to the fucking ground. So I don't know. It's wild news though, and I know a lot of this was swirling yesterday as rumors about They said that, well, it wasn't a rumor. They said that he had announced a bond offering, but they were talking about it was 500 million. But the details come out today. It's exciting stuff, man.
Yep. By the way, in case you guys missed it, because I didn't want to interrupt you, Pirate, but there's an X post from KC, and it's a kitten, like a smirking kitten, in a controller, like a console controller. So it's like the kitty is playing or something.
Oh, I
I don't
see.
know what
That's
what
funny.
it means, but maybe he knows something that Roaring Kitty is back at it again. He's about to exercise something or buy.
Got game time. I got a couple things to do this morning, guys. I'll be back here in a little bit.
All right, audio.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about the stream, and well, I know I'm not here all day while streaming, but while I'm here, and well, I'm probably gonna repeat this throughout the day, because we're gonna have people coming in and out. But since I'm here and we're spending quite a lot of time, I think we should take advantage of the knowledge and skills that we have between ourselves to help people. And I know, Pirate, especially with from your part with the real estate, you're sharing your knowledge all the time. But basically, from my side, regarding project management and things like this, and it's not necessarily about official projects. It's just about identifying problems and trying to find solution, isolate risks, and find out how to avoid risks. So basically, if anybody has any type of problem that you can't get past, or something at work, or you want to promote at work and you don't know how, or you just want to start a business, lay it out in chat or join us on Discord, and let's hash it out. Let's make use of.
There's a wealth of knowledge here. That a lot of people in certain walks of life would pay thousands of dollars to get that sort of tutelage, or to have that sort of hand holding. So by all means, take advantage of it if it can benefit you.
Yep.
Couldn't agree more, preacher.
So yeah, I don't have anything right now. And look, if anyone has anything and it's more complicated or more serious, we can join Discord. We can even put something on paper, so to say, and go over it, because it's it helps to go over certain processes. So usually the first step is identifying the problem statement. And the problem statement needs to be, it usually sounds bad because you're forcing grammar, so it's not going to sound, pretty. But basically you're trying to identify what the problem is, for whom, because of what, and what would be, like, in a perfect world, this would happen for this group of people or that person, for it to be okay, for everything to work as it should. All right, so we start with that. Then we start with basically, well, depending on the situation, we would do like a process flow. So what is happening, what is the current state that of a certain process or real world situation, and you map that out, and then you map the points where something can be improved. Then we go usually through an ideation process. So we and here is where we can definitely use the chat to just spit out ideas. And there's, just in case anybody's curious, I prefer a lot more the process of ideation over brainstorming. Morning Donkey Kong, morning Ape Trucker. Because with ideation, everybody spits out ideas, and it's supposed to be like a very fast process, and then you kind of redo it. So everybody comes up with everything they can think of the first time, and then you kind of, everybody hears everybody out, and then you do it again. And usually, people build on the ideas to something else, and then you do it again, and until you kind of have something. Because the way usually the process works with brainstorming is that you're judging ideas before you can even think them through. Like, someone says something, oh, that's stupid, it wouldn't work because of this, right? But with ideation, you're just building on top of maybe silly ideas until you come up with something that actually works. And one of the examples that we got when I was doing this type of projects many years ago, The guys that I was working with were working a while back with a company, like an electricity provider in Canada. And over there, they had this problem where in the winter, the power cables would just get loaded with way too much snow, and they didn't know how to, to clean those in a more efficient way, because, it's hard to get into all the remote areas and with a ladder and to clean the snow and stuff like that. So yeah, throughout this ideation process, people started coming with all kind of ideas, one of which being, bears like to climb on trees, let's get the bear to do it, right? So that was in stage one. So in stage two, it was like, okay, let's continue on this, how you would get the bear to do it. So someone, they added to this, okay, we'll put honey pots at the top of the tower so that bear will climb and like shake the pole. And then it's like, okay, so then how do we get the honey pots there? Because that's already, like a challenge. And then the idea was like, well, let's, we'll get someone with because they had in their fleet, they had like 2 or 3 helicopters. And like, oh, we'll just drop it with the helicopter. And one of the guys who was, part of this crew of flying the helicopter says like, guys, if I just fly over those cables, just the wind from the blades is going to blow off the snow. And that was actually the solution that they started using. They just had the helicopters flying over, but it took this string of stupid ideas.
It started with the silly idea of having a bear climb up there.
Exactly. So sometimes it takes stupid ideas to just make you think out of the box and come up with something that will actually work and can be implemented. So that's why and I prefer this process. And at this stage, there's no stupid idea. Literally, you can say like aliens will come and fix it for you or whatever, right? And you can just try to see if you can build on that.
I've never heard of that concept before. You taught me something there. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. And well, just in case anybody's curious, after you have this, you try to kind of frame a bit those ideas or how they would look like.
It's like a template for how to approach the solution.
Yeah, exactly. Depending on what you're doing, you might also need to build personas, right? So if you have a big pool of customers, you might need to build like a few customer profiles, like 2 or 3 of them, to understand who is your customer, what's their average age, do they have family or not, what's their job usually, what do they do, in the weekends or whatever. Just trying to build kind of a character that emphasizes most of the people that you're trying to, come up with a solution for. And once you have that in place and you kind of understand what's important for your customer, then you come up with with a survey just to confirm your hypothesis, right? You have some ideas, but you need to build like a survey that to check with them. And the thing is also with the survey, you test the survey, because another thing I found is that I can come up with some questions and I'm going to ask people, but they're going to understand something completely different. So another big part of creating any survey is, do people understand what I want them to understand from the question? And to give you an example, at the time I was working with like the comp and ben, like compensation and benefits department in our company, and we wanted to see, okay, are employees satisfied with the work that people in the comp and ben do, right? So we were asking, are you happy with the services delivered by the comp and ben team? And when I went to test the question, people were like, no, I want a bigger salary. Like, why don't I get a bigger salary? I want them to give me more money, And it's like, I'm not asking about like if you're happy with your salary. I'm asking if you're happy with the team. It's like, because in their minds, that team is responsible for how much money they get, like as if they take the decisions on the increases, right? So we had to go back and tweak the questions to make sure that they understand what we needed them to understand and give us the answer that we needed to get on the exact topic when we needed. And of course, once you have the survey, it's about real life testing. So you just go to people and test it, depending on, of course, what you need. Once you have back your answers, you come back, you review and then you start building a prototype ideally. And this prototype can be on a, like a string of a process on a piece of paper saying like, we need to do this and then this and this, or it can be a website. So we need a website that does this and this, and it has these pages and everything else. And then of course, after prototyping, you need to make it in such a way that you can actually test it again. So again, once you have kind of a prototype, you go back and test it. You make sure that it is what people think, what people actually need. Because if anybody here has worked probably as a software developer or as what's it called, like graphics designer, you will probably know already, like more than I do, that customers have no idea what they want. There's people who are going to be like, oh, I need a website that does this, and they, a person like a software developer or graphic designer, they're going to come up with what description the customer gave. But when they actually see it live, it's like, that's nothing like what I wanted, like that's not what I was thinking about it. In my mind, it did this and this, right? So there's also this aspect where you really need to understand and to prototype, what the customer says, and only then when they see it kind of partially live, they will understand, oh, but I needed it to do this and this, and to look like that. So that's why I'm saying, there's a lot of steps that we can do, but well, at least this is what I can bring to the table and I can help with, and I'm sure there's others with other skills that we can throw in the bucket. So yeah, if anybody has any type of use from this knowledge and the skills, to let us know. It will keep it, I think, a lot more interactive on the stream, and if we can spend time together and bring benefit to some of us, I think that's even better. Rant over, I guess.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Hey, good morning, BNS.
Pleased to report, Preacher, I made a baker's dozen, 13 trips with the wheelbarrow last night. Put a nice dent in my pile.
It's over a third, huh? What you had there.
Yeah, my goal was 10 trips a day. I think it'll take me 4 days, 40 trips. But
nice. Andrew Morgan is asking, just curious, Preacher, are you a software app developer? Not really. I did do a bit of coding in college. Like that was, well, my studies were around business administration, but focused on IT, on database app development. But yeah, then I went for the jobs that were available for me. So I worked in IT, then HR, then a bit of finance, and now I'm back in IT. So at this point, I'm kind of managing teams. Both. I'm managing teams that do service desk, service management, but also working with the backend teams, the ones that update software, cybersecurity, stuff like that. So not really hands-on, but I do have a decent understanding of how systems work and how they complement each other and things like this. And I'm also certified on both agile project management, a few different ones, and like a scrum master, stuff like that. So BNS says, I'm pleased to report that I broke my fast last night after some drinks at bowling and got Taco Bell. It's been a while. Wait, so what fast did you have, BNS? Like just Taco Bell fast, or alcohol only fast? Okay, so while waiting,
apologize for the incessant coughing. That concrete dust laying hell on my sinuses.
So BNS says he's only eating from noon till 8 p.m. 16-hour fast, 8 hours to eat. Yeah, I actually started the same like 2-3 days ago. So I'm doing it from 8-10 a.m. to 6 p.m. myself. But I think I might need to throw a big one in there, maybe like 5 days or a week, just to water fast.
Yeah, I too participate in a fast program. It's for me. It's I eat faster than everybody else so I can get more.
Right, what was the other one? The seafood diet. You see food, you eat it.
That's right. We had pork tenderloin last night with the usual sides, but the wife found a recipe for fried apples. Essentially, it was like apple pie with no crust. She peeled apples, put them in a skillet, and then there was like a real syrupy sugar type cinnamon, really laden heavily with cinnamon, like a syrup over it. And then, of course, they fried and steamed until the apples got really soft. It was kind of like a dessert, but man, I couldn't get enough of that last night. Big hit.
Nice. I see. Biana said that weight falls off so fast when you stick to it. I drink black coffee, that window too, picture. Yeah, I'm also black coffee only, but I drink that. Well, coffee starts usually like I'm trying to stick an hour and a half after I wake up. I don't drink coffee until that time passes, and then until about 6 p.m. I try not to drink coffee after 6 p.m. So Pianist says steak and our own chicken eggs last night. We've been doing that a lot lately.
It's hard to beat steak and eggs. My favorite meals.
Okay, so where is it? There was a post on X from but only from the Kennedy guy. He was an independent candidate, but only later I saw that it's from last April, I think.
My youngest son's cars developed he said he described it as a grinding sound when he applies the brakes on one side. I think maybe one of the brake pads either lost a pad or it's time for him to have brakes. He said it just came up all of a sudden. He only drove it for 2 more days, but I encouraged him that he dropped it off last night at Firestone dealership. And while they're there, they're going to do a pressure test to find out where his water's going. But they charge $90 just to diagnose the pressure test. It's fucking, I get it, they got the guy's got his little tool and he wants to be paid, compensated for using it. But I thought, you think that would be the cost of the repair, but nope, $90 just to diagnose which one of the hoses is weeping.
Yeah. By the way, Magnet B said we have some pirate coming from your speakers as well. I need to use some of those super chat funds to get you some headphones.
I have headphones. I guess I could wear them if it's that big of an issue.
Morning, Tamdi. No, I think you just need to change the sensitivity of your microphone. I think we did this once before. Either that or turn the volume on the speakers a bit, if you can still hear me.
Yeah, I can try that. What kills me is how it works for weeks and months on end, and then just on any random day, it becomes an echo issue. I don't understand that.
Not the same, and I wanna say it's when the Discord noise suppression software gets some update, and it kind of does its own thing. Like,
Yeah, see, I've got you turned down right now on my desktop. It's so soft I can barely hear your voice, and
Okay.
it's still showing that it's picking you up when you speak.
so right now, yeah, it's still picking it up. So if you're on the desktop right now, bottom left where it says
Go
voice
to the
connected-
settings, the
No,
gear.
wait,
Go to
wait,
the gear setting.
Wait a bit. Before that, where it says, well, above your name, about let's say the camera icon, there should be like saying voice connected. And to the right a bit, there should be like an icon, just some parallel lines, like vertical lines. Do you have that?
Well, I clicked on the gear, and then for whatever reason, it popped up something to my account. So it's acting crazy this morning.
This is okay. So you went into settings, so then you need to go to voice and video on the left side. It's like the 15th, 20th option on the left side.
Yeah, I'm stuck somewhere else that I can't get out of right now. Let me see here. Give me just a minute.
Yeah.
I don't know why this.
In the meantime, for anyone listening, AMC is at 354, GME is at 2820. All right. I try again here. Looking a bit at news, because I saw one thing where Glancy, Prongay, and Murray LLP announces investigation of GameStop Corp. Okay. Earlier it showed me, but
Pretty sure I've got it. I finally got the voice settings up.
yeah.
Voice and audio. It says input mode, voice activity,
Yeah.
mic check.
What you need
We've done
is
this. We've done this before.
the input sensitivity slider. Like the white thing is a slider you can move left and right, and you want to move it a bit more to the right.
It's all the way to the right. It's maxed out.
Really?
99% input volume. Do I need to reduce input volume so that it's not picking?
No. So not the input volume. You need to go a bit slower to find input sensitivity.
It says input device default, input volume, mic test,
Yeah.
input mode.
Yes. Below
Okay,
that.
here we go. Input sensitivity automatically determined. So it's about halfway now.
So untick that. So where it says automatically determine, unselect that one, and it will give you a slider.
Yeah, it was on right.
Okay, I think now it's too much. You need to move it back a bit because now it's not picking you up properly.
How about
You're still cutting off a bit more.
it's about back to where it was now.
Yeah, but it might work just a bit better because, for example, I can't hear myself right now. So
Okay,
okay,
give that a try.
yeah. For now, I can hear you when you speak. So just in case you cut off, it means you need to go a bit more to the left. But yeah, for now, it's good.
All right.
Let's see. Good morning, R. Welcome. BNS says, I was surfing Reddit yesterday and came across the top fractional bot shares, and within the Mag 7 was AMC number 2 and GME number 6. Can't remember if there was the AMC or GME Reddit. Anybody else see that chart? And then he came back and said, sorry, it had GME at number 5. It's on the AMC stock Reddit. Top fractional bot shares. Not that big of a user of Reddit, so I'll try to find it. But at the same time, let me try to have a look on the options for AMC and GME before I forget. So okay, so apparently the max pain for AMC dropped to $4, so it was $5 on Monday. Dropped to $4.50 Tuesday and Wednesday, and now we're down to $4. Still the number of open interest on calls, it's the highest is at the highest strike price at $27 with 187,000. And the second highest is at $10 with 61,677. And then there's a big quantity at $5, then at $4.50, at $7, at $8. So yeah, a lot of people are still into calls, and this is for this Friday. So yeah, it might be that a lot of people will lose a lot of money on call options, and that's just feeding the monster basically. Let's check on GME. GME max pain $25. I believe we were here yesterday as well. So yeah, with GME we are above quite a lot above the price. There's what is, oh my god, so there's a lot, like the open interest, it's on the call side, the IV, like at the $3 strike price, it's 1,052,000 calls. So I'm thinking someone's deep in the money and will try to exercise just to get shares at the lowest price they can, I'm assuming. Well, either I'm misreading this very badly, or someone's gonna try to exercise calls that are in the money just to get some shares. And yeah, so apart from that, so that's no, actually no, that's the IV. I'm really sorry. I was looking at the IV instead of the open interest. My bad. So strike prices that have the biggest interest again. $125 is the highest amount with 157,507 calls. Then with 43,880 at $40, we have 33,520 at $30. Some other higher ones. 26,441 calls at $60, 25,533 at $50. So yeah, 22,482 at $100. So there are a lot of calls in the play. And let's try to find that the Reddit that PNS was mentioning. Twisty Swifty, welcome, welcome. Good morning. I'm not sure what's the deal with you and Nintendo, but you need to stop spamming.
Not sure if it's
What's happened
ended with
here?
what?
2886 on AMC on this candle. What just happened? And the volume is 1,000 shares. What? So barely any volume, and it had a low of 2814 and a high of 2886. Sorry, Pirate, you were saying?
No, we're good, man. I thought you were talking about the guy spamming. I just deleted all of the messages.
Apparently, The new Switch dropped. I'm not sure if this is gonna have direct impact on GME. It might add to some sales and some transactions for them, but the big chunk of the profits are gonna go to the producer. So this is a post from a Samuel Clemens, I believe, on X, that says, in light of the recent Robinhood sanctions for fractional share lending and stock lending, here are the top 50 fractional traded stocks. You've got AMC and GME in the top 5. And actually the number 1 is Tesla, second is AMC, then it's Apple, then what is this? It's too small. Amazon, and then GameStop, followed by Microsoft, Nvidia, Meta, Disney. So basically, from December, it says here, from December 2019 until May 2022, Robinhood Securities mismarked, of course, millions of short sales, riskless principal orders relating to fractional share trades as long. So short sales as long, because it improperly marked the orders based on its customers' positions rather than its proprietary positions. Then from May 2022 until December 2023, Robinhood Securities mismarked an additional 4.5 million riskless principal orders relating to fractional shares trades as short exempt, even though Robinhood Securities did not satisfy all the conditions for doing so. Yeah, let me see if I can even find this on X, and I can drop the link in chat straight to X. Oh. So yeah, I'm actually following him or her, and they're following me, so that's nice. Okay, so dropping the link in chat now for anybody that wants to have a look. Just over 7 minutes until open. What do you guys think we see? The first 5 minutes, green or red? Actually, let's do a quick poll, maybe. Morning, Tyler Stone. Welcome, welcome. Grab a seat, get cozy, and grab some popcorn. We're gonna watch the market open together. Yeah, Pirate, I'm still coming up, I think, a bit from your side. It's catching just a small bursts. If you have a chance, Pirate, so on the bottom left, like next to the, let's say, the phone icon, the one where you would click the disconnect, right next to it to the left, there should be a set of small bars. That's a noise suppression thingy. If you can click on that and see if it's activated, because maybe that will also help.
This noise suppression activated.
It's activated? Okay, so...
No, it's not.
Okay, can you try to activate it?
Yeah, no.
Maybe it's gonna help a bit. Well, at least for now, I didn't hear myself, and I'm not hearing myself. That's good. So that might be it. We might have just fixed it.
I've had all this set before. The only thing I can think of, like you said, is if it goes through an update on the weekend when I've got it shut down, it must default back to,
and
bullshit.
I'm thinking now, if you have this noise suppression, because it should be good enough, it might even cut off some, if not most, of the, let's say, the dishwasher noise.
Yep.
We'll see.
Be nice.
Since we're just before the market open, I think I'm gonna play. I'm hearing myself again.
I know, it's still picking you up.
Damn, and it worked for a moment when I turned it on. It worked, and now it's back. But yeah, we're gonna listen again to Gonna Hit You Like a Puck for the market open. So let's have a bit of music, and we'll be right back with the market open. See you in about 3 minutes.
From sap to strength, in nature's art, rubber forms a resilient part. From trees it flows, through skillful hands, crafted strong for life's demands. It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown. Years of battles, a fight so near. Two foes collide, the end is clear. In shadows cast, they forge their plans. Now victory's within our hands. It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown. Triumphant apes, they rise and shine. Ruling markets, a sign of the times. Bulls and bears, they step aside. In this kingdom now, the apes reside. It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the
fought this fight with hearts of gold. We reached new heights, together we stand, through thick and thin. In this game of life we always win. We wear the
Okay, 10 more seconds till market open, and we're gonna also stop the poll so you have a few more seconds to vote. So far 55% thinks we're gonna be green, 45% says red. So let's watch where we go. Ding ding ding. Big red candle on GME, 2770 the low so far, 349 on AMC. But we still have the better part of 5 minutes to go. Let's take a look. What are the volumes that we're working with? So for now, 283,400, well, 316k on AMC, 185k shares on GME. So looking at the other bigger movers in the market, Tesla's down about 1.5%, Nvidia's up about 1.2%, 1.3%.
Whoever said red with me at the opening bell, winners. Oh,
It does seem that way, but well, there's still 3.5 minutes to go in the candle. Maybe after 4 years, this is the moment, you know, the 5-minute window they chose to start closing positions. That would be something. Both of them lost 1 extra penny on the day low, so AMC at 344, the low of the day, GME 2769. Vienna said, and if any of you are going to get the Switch 2, seriously pre-order that shit from GameStop, of course. I mean, best to support the businesses that we're invested in. R is saying that it's going to bring in a lot more profit than you might think. This will be the best Selena console for the next 5 years. Selena, I'm not sure what that is. A selling console, okay. Is AMC? AMC looked like it was about to flip into the green there. Still 1 minute to go. And I said that I opened up the GameStop credit card, so maybe that will be my first purchase on it. Then I'll immediately pay it off. Credit card companies don't like me. Okay, so well, it seems like on at least on GME we closed the first candle flat, even though we saw red for the whole of it. But yeah, on AMC we were red, and I believe since we're here mostly for AMC, the red side wins. So now that we had our, let's say, our bloody start, we can start ripping some faces. I'm just curious for tomorrow if they're gonna bring the max pain down to around 350, or they're gonna let AMC ride up to like $4 just to make sure that people lose the most amount of money on options. R is saying that basically the switch to launching is this is literally more bullish than anything that's happened in this entire saga. I mean, okay, I understand it's a new console and it's a big thing for gamers, but didn't the previous PlayStation and Xbox launch in the last 4 years as well? I mean, I don't think that those had such an impact as well. Right.
Yeah, he's relatively new here, but it sounds he's a little bit dramatic. Being a little dramatic, I hardly think that a single console is going to be the biggest mover. But I get it. He's excited. He's a gamer. And he's excited for the new and all that. But whatever GameStop's woes are, they're not going to be fixed by a silver bullet of a new game dropping.
Yeah.
Much bigger world than that.
And saying this will be the main profit driver for GameStop for the next decade. Really, one console for the whole decade, the main profit driver? I don't know. I really doubt it. Especially that they're sitting on a pretty big chest of cash, so they can probably invest it in. Simple example in HYMC, and once that turns profitable and especially the price of gold goes up, they're gonna make a lot more profit, I believe. But yeah, I know it's easy to get excited, but that's why. Can you tell us, like, are you invested into GME and / or AMC? Are you holding any shares? And for how, so you say you're holding both, for how long are you, let's say, part of the ape community? For how long are you invested now? You're strong. And in 4 years, really, like, so the entire saga includes GME, you know, like well, the short squeeze that they cut off. So the launch of the Switch 2 is bigger than the pop that they had in the beginning in January 2021. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly, man. I'm not trying to, he's a brand new guy, and I'm trying to be open armed, welcoming, and all that, but it's kind of silly. I mean, GameStop ran to $500, and it didn't have anything to do with a switch dropping. It had to do with a short position. Fucking ridiculous, but.
Popper came to visit. You're so excited about, huh? Mm-hmm. Well, we're here for the stock market as well. You know, fundamentals had nothing to do with what's happening. What's happening here is that there's bad players out there who are just trying to bankrupt companies so they can make, you know, basically an unlimited golden goose that gives them unlimited money. That's what we're fighting here. And you know, that's what's bringing us together. Not consoles, not anything else.
Yeah, we're excited for you, Art. We're glad you're here, and we're glad to have you with us.
Sit. Bark. 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 A bark. A bark. Bark. Yes. Come on. Looks like BNS is investing on the side in some micro strategy. Well, BNS, anything that allows you to get more AMC, I'm all for it. As long as you're not throwing money at options and losing it, that's all good. Are saying like this is the nail in the coffin for the bear thesis for the next 5 years. I'm dancing in the streets. I mean, GME already was out of debt, right? They're basically cash positive. That should be the nail in the coffin for any bear, right? Anyone with a short position should be closing it because it's not going bankrupt and they have funds available to invest and to do whatever they want or need to do to basically increase the performance of the company. And yet there's still naked shorts that are stuck in there. So fundamentals are completely disconnected to the market price. That's why all these past few years with AMC recovering after the pandemic, every earnings call was we were beating estimates and yet the price was still going down. So fundamentals and market price do not correlate, not on these plays. One. And these can't handle it no more. It's like he added probably R to the invisible list. The thing is, if we're thinking fundamentals have an impact, right? If this news just came out about Switch 2, right, and it's expected to have such a good impact on GME, why is GME going down right now? What's the negative news on GME pushing it down? It just makes no sense. We are not driven by fundamentals. It will drive a bit more of retail buying and selling, but I think the big part of market movements and basically buying and selling from the retail is the short play on both of these stocks. Looks like Tesla also had a bit of a red start, so from about to $423.50 to $415.60 of a low. It's currently rebounding a bit. Yeah, looks like the rebound is across also AMC and GME. Is this the naked short rebound that we're all waiting for? By the way, because I see that Casey replied to a comment on his post about the kitty and the console controller. I hodl for you said, "You're getting me excited, Casey. Will we see a kitty tweet today?" And Casey responded with, "I wouldn't pretend to know. He's the infinity icon, smarter than me and has a purpose for everything." So yeah, but I'm pretty sure Casey did see something that caused him this. But, yeah. To be honest, I would love to see some strong movement, because that will most likely also mean that Casey is gonna come online and spend some time with us. It's gonna be really nice to get him back, even if it's for a short time. I do miss the days of a Casey stream every day. And he also had better background music. I don't know. Actually, I should maybe ask him what playlist he was using. Just use the same. Okay, so let's see what the conversation is saying. So Vin is here with saying, hopefully making around $50 a day trading Tesla. BNS said, "My goal is sad, Vin. I've never day traded or really swing traded, but I'm hoping to make like $500 a month. They haven't announced whether there is a flashlight option on the new Switch 2. That's why the price hasn't jumped." Then Pirate said, "Tell me your thoughts on the bond offering just completed by Citadel and what you think it means." Ours answer is patience, my padawan, but that's nothing. That's not an answer. Okay, so attendees coming in with some numbers, saying Hedgies borrowed 100k on GME and 100k on AMC this morning. Bitcoin seems to be taking a bit of a dive as well. Dropped to just below 98,000. It was 97. What is it? 97,750-ish. Yeah. It's in lockstep with the stock market, really. Like if you look at the chart, it took a dive at market open, and there's a bit of a rebound now. So whoever's making moves in the market, they're using, I think, all the leverage they have, including crypto. Hey, howdy, Johnson B Streets. Welcome, welcome. I'll be honest, if you manage to make $500 a month, that would be nice. Just be careful, you know. The market is made for the small guys to lose money to the big guys. Don't invest or don't trade more than you're willing to lose. Since you're new here, this will be like your, well, you had a few warnings, so this is the last one. We're here a group of people that we've stuck together for just about 4 years, and we all know each other, and even if we joke with each other, it's because of the respect and the time we've spent, the respect we have for each other and the time we've spent together. So if you have, you know, other inclinations or anything, I can respect that. We don't all have to agree, but yeah, either show a bit of respect or we're gonna just have to mute you. Yeah, no, like the blue wrench comes with some trust that you're gonna take the right call, so no worries, you don't need to explain yourself. If it's accidental, of course we can see what we can repair, but no, PNS, I'm not gonna unwrench you. Well, I don't know, because if R is gonna get muted every 5 minutes, like every time he writes, it's gonna be disrespectful. Like, I don't know how spicy can the chat be. Or we can.
Yeah, I have no desire to mute him or ban him. I'm trying to educate him a little bit, help him learn. Maybe he can better himself. You don't come in brand spanking new off the street, kick the door in, dominate the conversation. And that's fine, sharing your thoughts. But then when someone queries you or asks you a meaningful, well thought out and properly worded question, instead of answering it, you just come across as aggressive. I don't have time for that childlike shit.
Yeah.
That's okay. Like I said, everyone deserves a second chance, and we're trying to be helpful and positive here. I'm really trying hard to back down on the negativity to the extent that I can.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't be surprised if it's well, and there's no way of knowing, but you know, maybe the hedgies sent in someone to get people excited about GME, so that people just buy some more before they drop it to max paying to 25. And then maybe that they assume that will get people to sell once they drop the price more. Yeah, Johnson B Street, some people do not have manners, unfortunately. It is what it is.
There's no faster way to make an enemy out of me. Somebody comes in, they're absolutely brand new, and they're spouting other stuff. They clearly want some attention, and that's fine. I get all of that. Then when you give them some attention and I afford them a level of respect by asking them a serious question that is, you know, and then I'm told that I need to focus on what the topics are, or that with all that Padawan shit. 59 years old. This guy's probably about the age of my grandchildren, calling me Padawan and insulting him to myself. I don't have time for people that are built that way. But I'm trying to, like I said, trying to keep it happy and smiling and rainbows. Some people make it hard.
We can aim the chat at.
He never did answer the question.
Oh, he didn't.
He wants to spend 40 minutes talking about a child's game. But I asked him a serious question about billions of dollars changing hands. $1 billion changing hands from a bond offering. I'm met with some passive aggressive attack. So it tells me everything I need to know about it. Just a child.
Yes, we should start a poll if he's gonna come back, like if he's gonna comment, and if so, what do you think is gonna be his his first message about?
Well, if he's got the sense that God gave a goat, he's hurriedly researching or Googling anything he can find out about the bond offering. So maybe he can come back with a thoughtful response and add some quality content to our conversation about what it means when our financial enemy does a capital raise for $1 billion through a bond offering. I would just as soon him say, I don't know anything about it, tell me more, pirate, but he wasn't smart enough to do that. So hopefully he's doing his research right now.
Well, R, you were disrespectful, so you're gonna be muted again if you continue that way. That's basically the gist of it. Look at all of that fundamental positive news for GME driving the price up. Oh wait, no, it's not.
That's the only thing they can do, guys. Only choice they got right now.
Yep. However, I am surprised that we're not in lockstep with both AMC and GME. They do actually look like different stocks today, which is very strange. The fact that someone has thick skin doesn't mean you get to test it. If you have thick skin, doesn't mean I can just walk up to you on the street and just smack you over the head without ever meeting you, right? It's not how it works. Looks like Tyler Stone would want
You notice he still hasn't answered the question.
No, he...
You know why? Because he doesn't know anything about it. He probably doesn't even know it happened. But by all means, dude, spend the next hour talking about a fucking video console. Go for it, dude. I'm done.
Yeah, Tyler Stone said he'd like to learn about the bonds. I can also paste the X link in here for anyone who wants to take a look, but basically the news was a few days back that Citadel will sell about $500 million in bonds, and now apparently it's been $1 billion, and they needed the funds because yesterday, for example, we didn't know why they needed the $500 million, but apparently now they needed it to fund payout to owners. So if basically they're as successful as they used to say end of last year, why do they need to sell out bonds to basically cover the payout of people leaving their funds? You did not answer it. You just mentioned that it's all about the Switch 2 and stuff. You did not answer the question, so... Your logic is lacking. No. Sense, you make none. BNS, give that keyboard some space to breathe. Yeah, BNS has an echo apparently. BNS, now he called you a bot. Oh my god. It's like he's asking for it. Oh god. Still pirate. I mean, I think it might be someone who's watching from the shadows, because for someone to just come in here like out of nowhere, first time writing in chat and like knowing that you might have a thick skin or assuming that you might have a fan over here.
It's always the same. For one thing, you know, after 4 years, they say I've been a holder for 4 years, but this is the first time they've come across our radar screen. And one of the things I'm particularly good at is I can recognize brand new names. So either he has this is an account that hasn't used at least here before, but I don't want to be a bad guy. I want to be loved. I want people to like me.
Yeah.
But I struggle with when you give someone the benefit of the doubt and you're literally trying to work with them and they don't meet you halfway, and after that it becomes tiresome.
Oh, what can you
I mean, somebody clearly wants to talk, or they want to have the focus on them. You're like, okay, I'm willing to do that, but I'm going to need you to you're going to have to feed me some meat and potatoes. You're not just going to type in endless silly, thoughts and things like that. It's sooner or later. I mean, I'm all for joking. If it's sooner or later, I want something substantial. And then when you lead a horse to water, I give you a prompt, a good question. It's timely, it's newsworthy, it's a huge event. I mean, somebody talking about nails in a coffin from a video game, and I just disagree with him on that. So I'm like offering a different perspective by saying, I get it, but what do you think about the $1 billion that our financial enemy raised? And if they don't even know about it, or they're more importantly not interested, see, to me, you think a thinking person would say, "Damn, dude, tell me more." Like notice Tyler Stone was like, "God damn, man, what's up with that?" That's the kind of a response that I try you would elicit. But when you're met with all that other stuff, then that tells you you're not dealing with serious people. And I don't have enough time left on the game clock. Fool around with unserious people. But I didn't ban him. I didn't. I'm like,
yeah. Well, he's saying that he's been here before the Choo stream, so probably he was banned over there as well. Made a new account, or got a new account or whatever. Came back in here to stir some shit. No, you didn't answer, because if you answered, then nobody saw it. Like, we have many eyes currently looking at the chat, and nobody saw your answer, but you answered. So
let's do it this way, preacher. Forgive me, the mistake was mine. I failed you, and I don't have the ability to go back. So for an old man who's hard of hearing, Could you maybe go over it one more time? I would appreciate it if you could find it if you could find the charity in your heart. Just help me out one more time and tell me everything that you know about the recent bond offering and what you think it means. You don't have to be right. I'm not trying to judge you. It's not a gotcha question. It's just it's a real important event, just like the event of your game dropping, your Switch or whatever. I know you felt like that was the panacea, that was going to be the big thing, and you made that abundantly clear. I just disagree with you politely. I think that $1 billion capital raise by my financial enemy means a whole bunch. And before I tell you what I think it means, I'm curious to see what you think it means. Come in hot, and you got a lot to say, and we welcome that. So I'm just eager to hear what you think about all of it, and if you could tell us what you know about it, more importantly, what you think it means. Maybe it'll give us a better idea of whether we should value your opinion or not. It's not. I'm not being combative or ugly. I'm trying to move the as you said, move the topic towards something that's beneficial for everybody. And the response is our Switch 2. Okay. Let me ask you, do you even know about the bond? I'll help you out. And again, I'm not being mean. I'm just saying it'll help me know where to start if I know what you know and what you don't. There you go. It doesn't matter to me. Okay. Well, we're glad to have you with us, and welcome your participation. It's nice to have you here. I won't trouble you about it any longer. And congratulations on your new video game.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning, jeweler.
What bonds are y'all talking about?
There was an article that came out. First, it was just a rumor, so I didn't really say too much about it. But it's been confirmed by Bloomberg News that Ken Griffin, there was talk about him offering bonds. That the rumor was that he was doing
$500 million.
$500 million, yeah. That was actually shy. The news broke late last night that he's already offered the bonds and filled it. They've been bought. He sold $1 billion worth of bonds for Citadel. He's paying 1.9% over treasuries for the obvious reason. And then on top of that, there are 5-year and 7-year notes. They're rated, I guess, as BBB, which is, we know that's probably trash. But the argument was why would Ken Griffin, somebody who's supposed to have all this money on the books, why does he need a capital raise? And my personal theory on it, I talked about this at length with audio, and I think he agreed with me, was that if you remember not too long ago, Ken Griffin told all of his investors that they weren't allowed to pull their money out. He essentially said, no, you can't have your money right now, because I believe there was an exodus. I believe people saw the writing on the wall, and they're like, I need my money before this guy goes down. In order to stem the flow of that, he limited redemptions, I think, to like 6% a quarter or something. I don't fillet me if I don't have the exact number, but the takeaway is you were told you can't take your money out of his fund only a little bit at a time. That tells you right there that he's having a problem with redemption. So the only way he can meet his redemptions, if he needs to pay you, or if you have money in his fund and he needs to pay you, he's only got 3 ways of doing that. He can either sell his long positions, they're doing well. Let's just say he has money in NVIDIA. He has to sell those to give Pro Jeweler his money. If he sells his Nvidia, he no longer has the collateral, his margins open for his shorts. So that doesn't work for him. The other alternative is he starts to close his shorts out so that he no longer has a margin requirement. But if he does that, he knows the price will spiral out of control. That doesn't work for him. So the only thing left is that he needs to raise money to pay people who want their money back, and the bank will no longer do it. See, if why would he raise money and pay 2 points over treasuries if he could just go to his bank and borrow money? So he's paying.
Bank of America is not giving him any money.
Pay a premium when you're borrowing money is if that's the only place you can get it. So it's my theory is that this is a Hail Mary for him. He's fucking dying, and he's got to come up with the money, and he's got to come up with it fast. So the only way to do that is to give somebody a sweetheart deal. And right now paying 1.9% over treasuries means that somebody's willing to gamble for that little extra bit of interest. Now, whether or not they get paid or they get stuck or not is another. But my whole thing is it's newsworthy for us, jeweler, because this is a huge event. And it's no longer just a rumor. It happened, so people can make of it. That's what little bit I know about it. Those are my thoughts. I'll be eager to hear what anybody else has to say, or we can go back and listen to our talk about a fucking video game that dropped.
Well, I posted something there in the bubble, so kind of my take on where the money's going. You'll look, I posted some information there that I stumbled across yesterday. It's kind of tinfoil hattish, but the events kind of are happening at the same time, so.
The attendee says, as Hindenburg shuts his doors. For those of you who don't know, Hindenburg is another one of those hit pieces. They sell themselves as a news organization or internet news media, but everybody who's paying attention knows that they were part of this distort the pump and dump schemes where their clients would short a company. Hindenburg would print all kinds of nasty, a lot of times lies about the company, misinformation. People would dump the stock, and it was a pump and dump. So now they're shutting up doors, they're closing shop and leaving. I believe that's so they don't want to be up and running, because I think they're aware that they could fall victim to an investigation. I even put a Twitter rant out last night that said they're closing their doors before an investigation is initiated. Someone else put out the tweet about them closing their shop. I just added my thoughts, and they immediately threatened me with a lawsuit. Oh, we'll sue you. I'm like, well, good luck with that, motherfucker. But TikTok. So.
Be honest, I think you need to work at Citadel or one of the other hedge funds to be able to do that. Be able to buy shares with counterfeit cash.
Well, it seems like, based on what I've read, the tokenized stocks and FTX are being converted to United States dollars. So they're not looking for a share to fill that position of a share sold or matched or backed or wrapped or however they presented it. So now it looks like it's just pay us, balance out the money, and we'll forget about finding the shares, which puts no pressure on the stock and allows them to unwind the position with cash. My hope was that they'd have to go find those shares, but I think the people that are trying to get their money out of FTX are just willing to get money at this point. They don't care about shares or whatever.
Let's see, what did we have there? Because I missed that.
See, the only reason I'm doing this is because I'm bored right now. I want to preface it by saying this. This guy is a perfect example of what the problem I have with the current generation. The lack of respect for their betters, the lack of respect for someone who's clearly far advanced in life and has shown a ability to make wise decisions and be successful in every aspect, instead of being taught and raised to respect somebody like me and learn from me, and then by extension make your life better. Like I can literally make your life better if you allow me to help you with some sage, timely advice. Instead of that, you're met with a need. First of all, an insatiable need for attention at any cost.
Yep.
Just pay attention to me. Pay attention to me. Now, I don't know what I don't have a degree in sociology. I don't know what the genesis is of that, but it's coupled with a need to be disrespectful, like somehow or another somebody else in the room might think that's cool or cute.
No, I think it was a push to bring discord between AMC and GME, because he did mention that AMC needs to become profitable and to make people stop talking in the cinemas and stuff. So I think he just came in here to get some discord going in between AMC and GME holders, but seems he has no idea the group he stumbled into.
Right. And then when you have somebody who says, okay, I'm going to be patient with this person and maybe I can help them understand what they're doing, how they're going about this is wrong, and maybe I can be a positive force in their life in that way, and they still resist that, then it just becomes, like I said, it becomes tiresome, and for me it becomes a waste of my time. See, every 8-hour day or 24-hour day is very precious to me. And if I'm participating out of a genuine willingness to try to help others and be a benefit to their life, like you talked about earlier with problem solving, or maybe helps people understand some of the things that I saw throughout my life that they can benefit from, although they haven't experienced them yet. They can benefit from my experience, and then thereby their life could be better, either more profitable or anything. But when you find somebody who so clearly they don't have any desire whatsoever to dip their bread in that bowl of honey I'm setting in front of them. Instead, it becomes their driving motivation is just to remain a focus of everyone's attention. Then what it tells me is they're not seeking to better themselves, or they're not seeking to better others or bring value. So at that point, there was a time in our society when a person like that would be pushed. They would be shunned to the outer edges and done away with. As young children, you would say, you need to learn to sit down and be quiet and listen. Talk less, listen more. But unfortunately, they haven't been treated that way. This is another example of everybody gets a trophy. Everybody should be heard. I'm like, no, you're wrong. So, but what you end up with is what we have right here. So here's a young man or woman who is in the presence of someone who could be incredibly beneficial to their future. And instead of recognizing that and capitalizing on it, even exploiting it, if you will, he lacks the fucking intellectual horsepower to do that. And instead, he's willing to just take a little bit of attention if he can poke the bear. So it tells you everything about what he wants for his life. This is not a person who wants to make more money or be more profitable or grow and exceed and make his life better. It's just somebody who needs attention at any cost. And I don't have my largesse only goes so far. I don't have the time to participate in that. He needs to get a dog or a pet or a friend, to fill those kind of needs. But it's sad because this is the type of person that probably more than most could benefit from my counsel or my friendship. But that's the way. That's the nature of things in life. It's always the person who, you know, they're one paycheck away from fucking disaster. They, you know, they live in a rented apartment they can scarcely afford, on a vehicle they probably paid too much for and paid far too much in terms of interest. They're barely getting by in their career. And then they come into a group like this where we have 20 or 30 people here who've met for years, sharing our expertise in various things, whether it's medical, the medical field, health, insurance, business, the stock market, whatever. And instead of quietly paying attention, trying to learn and grow and benefit from that vast body of knowledge, their number one goal is to run into the middle of the room and scream, "Pay attention to me." And then when you try to put them in check and say, "Look, sport, slow your roll a little bit here. You're in the right place. For whatever reason, you found the secret hideaway, and you're sitting among some really cool, accomplished people that are willing to help you." But the path to that isn't hostility or a need to bloviate and puff yourself up right off the bat. So they lack a lot of social skills right off the bat before you even get into their ability to make sound business decisions. So there you go.
Learning takes a reasonable amount of patience, Pirate, and I don't see that the world's got a lot of that anymore.
Nope.
And you're right. They run in the room and scream, "Pay attention to me," and then get feelings hurt because they recognize. Hopefully he can learn.
Yep. Swifty, that's funny. He did call Preacher the not pirate guy, so that's funny. I have to admit that's kind of funny. He doesn't even know Preacher's fucking name. It's like the pirate guy and the non-pirate guy.
But he knows us from the choo-choo stream, you know.
Right, exactly. God.
I mean, he probably came in, got kicked within like 15 minutes, and like he knew there was a stream, something about a train, but not enough time to remember anything else.
No, at least I don't know. I believe to some extent a great deal of this is a reflection of a society that is disjointed because of the collapse of the nuclear families. So many people are living solitary lives. They're lonely. And they're looking for a sense of belonging. They want to be a part of something, and it's all natural. It's a perfectly natural thing, but they go about it in the wrong way. And in their efforts to become a part of something, or to be a valued member of a tribe, a group, a platoon, a squadron, instead of making a hand or making themselves known, make their presence known, and then declare that, you know, they have a willingness to participate in a beneficial manner, they go about it in the opposite way. It's a mystery to me that they can't see it themselves. I'm quite certain if I could get him to sit down, maybe come into the back of the Big Tramp, well, I say the back of the Big Tramp, Caboose, Pirates Hideaway, whatever, and turn on a microphone and say, "Listen, let's have a serious conversation, man, based out of respect. No name calling, no childish activities. Let's talk about it, and let me explore a little bit about your life, and let's be very transparent. Show me where you're at in life, but more importantly, tell me where you want to go, and maybe I can help you, because I used to preface my monologues with saying, and it sounded like bragging, but there's no way around it. I would say, I've already done what you're trying to do. If you're here trying to make money, I've already done that. If you're trying to get rich in life and you're starting from nothing, see, that's the most important part. That's my best brag, is that I didn't start wealth or privilege. I started from zero, and most of the time, not always, but most of the time, with less than most of my contemporaries have. So I would argue that I started with less than R has, and I made the American dream come true, or the global dream. I achieved all of the goals I set for myself ahead of schedule. So you think there would be in value in that. If you want to load up your wagon and go out into the great frontier to find your fortune, don't you benefit from someone who's already made the trip? If someone's already gone on horseback and crossed over that mountain and they found what you're looking for, if you're not smart enough to see the opportunity there, and milk that person for all that you can, then I don't know that there'll be any hope for that kind of person. But that used to be my lead-in was, listen, I don't want to sound rude, but I've already done what you're trying to do. And not just done one thing, and like 3 to 4 different goals. I made it. I got to the brass ring. And I'm here for the laughter, the fun, the camaraderie, and to some respect, because I'm just a bored old man. But I'm saying, let me help you. Let me be a resource for you that I can share some of my experiences. Doesn't necessarily mean I have all the answers, but I have more answers than you do because I've already rode to the frontier. I saddled up my horse. I crossed the Great Divide. I went and braved all of those dangers, and I came back with the bags of gold. And you meet people, like that who have no interest whatsoever in exploiting that knowledge, then I have no time for.
That's why yesterday I was playing the song, the Ain't Nobody Got Time for That.
Yeah, ain't nobody got. I would have given anything. Man, what I would have given when I was 19, 20, 25, 27 years old to meet someone like me now. Man, and understand the value of that. And I guess to some extent I did. I did meet some men. There were some people, probably no less than 3 along the way, who took a liking to me for whatever reason and said, sit down here, man, and listen to me for a little bit. You're fucking some shit up, and I need to help you because for whatever reason they looked at me and thought, here's a guy who's worthy of some help. But what I didn't do was discard or ignore them. I soaked it all up and took it, and more importantly, I did a course correction off of it, and without exception, every one of those old men made my life better. But for whatever reason, man, that doesn't work for a younger generation now. They got all the fucking answers. They know everything. And more often what I see is what they really want to do is tell me how great they are. There's this, I don't know, it's kind of like the stolen valor thing in the military. Instead of asking me how they could do better, they spend all of their time telling me how wonderful they are. And I'm like, okay, good luck with that. See it all the time with real estate conversations. I see it with relationship conversations. I see it with any number of things. Perhaps Malye says, is it Jerry? I don't know.
Maybe it's Jerry. There has to be someone out there who's making bank just by trying to shelf on us, right? Just how hard is it to make accounts, and like you already know, you learn the story, you kind of have a feeling for what catches on. what gets people agitated, and that's it. You just keep using it. If somebody's willing to pay you, why not?
Mrs. Pirate, she gets mad at me. She got mad this morning. She gave me the side eye, a dirty look, and kind of stormed out. She had some errands to run this morning, so they've made their departure. But her thing is, like, it's first thing in the morning, and this guy's already got you wound up. And she's like, why do you do this? Why do you let them get to you? And I'm like, well, for starters, they don't get to me. I guess to some extent I live for the fight. You know, again, maybe it fills some sort of boredom that I have. But what I don't share with her often enough is I'm trying to reach that one person. I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I'm trying to reach that one person out there out of 100 who might listen to what I have to say and benefit from it. Because I owe a lot of karma. I've done some awful things as a young man that I got to balance the scales before these 20 years run out on me. And one of the ways I can do that is to try to be helpful to those who are younger or who can benefit from some of the not just my successes but my mistakes. So I don't want to act like I'm falling on my sword, or I'm some sort of like it's some selfless gift. There's a lot of greed in it for me. I get a lot of self-satisfaction out of helping others, and I guess I've always been somewhat of a fixer, but my patience wears so very thin at times. Exactly. Donkey Kong says Pirate didn't buy it $260. He's making a joke about the guy that come in that day. I think it was I Love Turtles or fucking somebody. Basically, castigating me like somehow or another I don't understand the game because I didn't buy more at $2.60. That's a perfect example, Kong. That's exactly the kind of stuff I'm talking about.
Now,
Bought and sold 3 houses a year for 16 fucking years. I bought more houses in 1 year than most people will buy in their lifetime. And you'd be surprised how many people, when I get into the real estate chats, that want to fucking argue with me or school me, if you will. And it's always the fucking 29-year-old guy from Miami, Florida, who lives in an apartment and he's just got his first flip. It's always that motherfucker who knows everything. And the worst part is when I see him talking shit that's harmful to other people. That's when I really have a hard time biting my tongue. Mrs. Pirate's just quick to point out that it's no way to spend your days. That's why I tried to disengage with this guy. I tried to politely say, look, dude, good luck to you, R. You clearly got it all figured out. You have all the answers. You are the man. Or good luck. I want to be more.
Muchacho, it's Diego from Miami.
Keanu Reeves is told by people 2 + 2 = 5. He's declared that what he says is, yep, you're right. You're right. So what I need to do is not let it ruin my attitude for the remainder of the day. I need to disengage and let them go on their way.
Hey, Pirate, I got this fantastic skyscraper now going up here in my villa here, next to my villa here in Miami.
Yep.
We built it strictly to code with paper mache.
Yep. Great Nation says Keanu Reeves is a national treasure. I'd like to think he serves as a good example of what people should try to be like. The guy's had no shortage of real tragedy in his life. He's had an equal amount of fame and fortune, and through all of that, he's remained humble and, by all appearances, a really decent person. And I want to be like that. I try to emulate that. I don't know that he even has the capacity to be ugly to people. That's something I could work on, because I'm easily set off. It's just been my nature. Part of it is no excuse, but part of that comes up when you grow up in an abusive environment as a young person. You learn to when you see an impending threat, even if it's invalid, you learn to strike first, strike violently, and strike hard, because that became a defense mechanism. But that makes no excuse for it. But I'm a big fan of Keanu Reeves and everything that he appears to be. So we got the call, preacher, from Firestone this morning on the car. They want $800 to put a new intake manifold on it. They said that's where the water's leaking from. But if you've been paying close attention to my trials and tribulations, I paid a mechanic not even 10 months ago, a different mechanic, to put an intake on that car. So either they fucking broke the new one when they put it on, or they just billed me for it and never put a new intake on.
Yeah.
But they want $800 for the new intake, that little convertible Mustang.
So
they want brakes on the front and back. They want tie rod ends. They want one rotor on one side, which I saw that coming. The total bill is $2,800. There you go.
That's a nice payday for them. Now, what about taking it to the first mechanic, the one that already changed the intake manifold? What do you think?
He was a, I don't want to make the story too long, but he's somebody I dealt with for over 20 years. And we had a long-standing relationship. I felt like I could trust him, but my son went in and he didn't recognize my son. He was incredibly abusive to my son. He verbally accosted him and belittled him and made fun of him, in front of some other men. It's a long story. At any rate, he had no idea who it was, but it incensed my wife. It incensed my wife so much that she said that she'd divorce me if I spend another dollar in that guy's shop. So there's a lesson in there that, you never know who you're dealing with.
Yeah.
So I told her, I said, you need to take it back to his shop and tell him, hey, you just fixed this once and it's broken. She's like, absolutely not. We're done. And not another penny of our money will ever go through there. And I have to honor that.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Long story short, what happened was my son's car was overheated. I don't know if you remember that day. And she went and picked him up and carried him to college, but we had the car towed back to the shop. They dropped the car off at the shop, and they dropped the keys off inside. Well, I told my son, go over to the shop and get your car and bring it home. It may be something I can fix for you real cheap. I'm feeling a little enthusiastic today. So my son went over and brought the car home, and I worked on it for him. 2 or 3 days later, I said, you need to go by that shop and pick up the keys. The tow truck driver left your keys there. When my son went in to get the keys, first of all, they didn't recognize him. They didn't know who he was or anything. And they tore into him about taking a car out of their parking lot. You never come to our parking lot and take a car. Who do you think you are? You want these? They're dangling the keys in front of them. Really fucking nasty shit. Once a car's towed to my shop, it stays here. Once a car's towed to my shop, it stays here until I release it. Now you need to remember, now this car wasn't in a fenced-in area. It was out in the public parking out front.
I've seen.
First of all, none of this would have ever happened if my son would have just said, "Hey, Ronnie's my dad." That would have been the end of it. But what Mrs. Pirate's point was, if that's the way he treats people,
definitely,
it doesn't matter. So there's some. So at any rate, it's an example of how a long 20-year relationship went right out the fucking.
Yeah. And look, I've also seen some videos a longer time ago, but there's people or mechanics who basically pay off the guys who pick up cars, like with this, I forgot how it's called in English. But
tow truck drivers.
Yeah, exactly. They pay them to just drop cars at their place, no matter if it's like crashed or scratched or whatever, so that they hook you in there and you have to pay them huge amounts of money. Either if there's a repair, they're gonna screw you on the repair, But that's the thing. Once the car is there, they kind of block you. They don't give you the keys because you owe them for this or that and whatnot. So if that's the type of shit they're doing, that's very despicable. But yeah, I've seen this before. By the way, just one quick thing on GME, and then I'm gonna have to step away for some errands. But I just got an email from my broker telling me that analysts have changed their rating on GME, right? But it's only like when you look in the table, it's only showing me one analyst, right? So on the buy, outperform, hold, it's showing 0 analyst input. On the underperform, it's showing it 0, meaning, and it's showing it -1. So it used to be 1, say it was saying that it was our underperform, and now it's 0. And on sell, there's one guy who's saying to sell, and it used to be 0, so it increased. So basically, it's telling me that one analyst that used to say that GME is underperforming, now it's saying to sell, right? So either they only have one analyst, or they cherry picked. Oh, did anybody say or change their rating to a worse one? Let's send an email out to everybody holding GME that one analyst changed their rating. This is I don't know. It looks a bit shoddy, to be honest. But yeah, that's it. And
for those of you who are interested, Trump's pick for the Treasury Secretary, Hammett, the guy's named Hammett. He's getting ready to answer questions for his Senate confirmation hearing. So that ought to be interesting today to shed some insight on what the new Treasury Secretary is going to be like. His name's Scott Bessent. He's currently being grilled by the congressman. Well, as you can quite imagine, Dynamite, when you said he needs a visit, when all this went down, there's no nice way of saying this. My youngest son isn't exactly the most tough guy. He's a little tender-hearted. He came home basically almost in tears. I wish he was a little harder than that. I mean, I wish he'd have just smacked the guy in the teeth, but that's not the way my youngest son's built. But I was so furious that I was going to go back over there and just assholes and elbows, take names, Mrs. Pirate wasn't having it. In fact, they physically restrained me. I was on my way out the door. Her attitude was, we just don't need that kind of drama in our life. We're at the point, man, where I just want sunsets, cold beer. I don't want conflict, and I don't want to fight anymore. So and she was right. Although it was warranted and deserved, I should have gotten a car and drove. And there was a time where I'd have drove over there, and it probably would have ended bad. But her whole point was it's best to just quietly move on. So that's what we chose to do, and instead of having a drama-filled evening or me end up in county because I tuned this guy up, it's best to just living well is the best revenge. So, part of this is what Preacher talked about earlier is they only charged us $150 for the tow. And I think because it got towed to Daryl's shop, I got a discounted tow. I didn't give a fuck what the tow was. I didn't even ask him what the price was. I just said tow the car to my mechanic shop. And they did what I told them to do. But upon further reflection, I thought, wait a minute, for just a simple over temperature, before I throw money at this, I need to at least crack the hood myself. But I don't know if he thought that I was using him like I used him because he got a discounted tow, that I had him tow the car to his shop so that I could only pay the discounted rate and then go pick the car up there. I'm not the kind of person to do that. But furthermore, even if it did happen, it was no reason for him to go about it. Mrs. Pirate is convinced that he was having a bad day, that something went really bad, and he saw a young man come in and he used it as his opportunity to blow off some steam. Making fun of him about, who in the fuck lets a car run out of water and, all this kind of shit. And it was just, but the bottom line is there's a lesson here. You know, you never know who the client is that you're dealing with and who they're connected to, and you should treat them with respect. And so that's the end of it. I'd already had some, despite our 20-year relationship, I'd already had some red flags that things weren't going well. My son's car's a convertible. I dropped it off there to have some work done, and we picked up and brought it home, and there was a hole in the convertible top about 1.5 inches long. Somebody had either set something on the roof, or they had, I don't know how it happened, but the car didn't have a tear in the convertible top when it went there. When it came back, it had one. No way to prove it. It's one of those things where you know in your heart of hearts, but there's no way to prove it. Just give them a pass. My wife's like, you know, his car, they tore his roof. I'm like, I know. What do you want me to do? You know, it's just one of those things where you say, it's time to move on, find a new mechanic. Somebody. I had to quickly remind my wife that, you know, no mechanics are your friend. They're all out to turn a profit. If you can find one that's honest, I've said this many times, if you can find a mechanic who's honest and trustworthy, you need to treat them like gold, because automobile repair is the easiest way to go balls deep in somebody, because most people have no clue what they're talking about. Easily bullshit. Dynamite says, I started to learn to let things slide as I get older. Man, it's tough sometimes. Exactly, Mike. Exactly. I'm going to end up paying a premium having Firestone do the work, because, you know, obviously they don't work as cheap as a mom and pop shop does. But the upside to that is, if this happens again, like for instance, they put the intake manifold on it, it still leaks, then I can go back and say, listen, like you charge me $800 to fix this and it's still leaking water. And if they start some bullshit, then I can go up the food chain and corporate. When you're dealing with a mom and pop guy and you go back and say, listen, I paid you $800 to fix this and it's still leaking, that's when they pull out the old, well, it's leaking from somewhere else. You had two, you know, there's all kinds of ways they can squirm out of it. It's harder for a corporate entity to weasel out, because you can go higher up. And if you raise enough hell, you get some relief. When you're dealing with a guy who owns his own business, you're already at the top of the ladder. there's all sorts of educations going around. Education's important. My wife is getting an education in the last 2 or 3 years about the value of all of the free repairs I did for her. I told him last night, I said, if you want to do the brakes on that Mustang, all the tools are out in the garage. Jack it up and take the tire off, and I'll come out and I'll sit and give you I will stand over you while you do the work. And as much as I'm ashamed to say it, they're like, yeah, we don't have time for that tonight. Okay, well, I'm not doing it. So today they're going to write a check for $1,200 for brakes front and back. And the sad fact of the matter is, it's because I'm paying the $1,200, and that's fine. I told him if he finishes law school, I told him I will pay for everything until he passes the bar. And I'm sure I'm getting worked a little bit on that, but that's life sometimes. But they're getting, at least, even though it's at my expense, they're getting a real nice taste of what it's going to cost like once he's a lawyer and he has to take his car in and it's on his nickel to get it paid. At least they're learning. I hope so. Terry says Palantir. Let's see what Palantir's up to. Yeah, up 3.5%, Terry. Getting a little bit of a run there. Doesn't matter highway frog if it's the gasket or the intake. Even if it's just a gasket, you got to take the intake off to put a new one on. But those intakes are made out of plastic. Why in the fuck Ford ever put plastic intake on a V8 motor is beyond me. But when I asked the first mechanic that we just had the falling out with, I said, how about we upgrade to like an aluminum intake? I'm not chasing performance, but I know there's some aftermarket parts. Let's put an aluminum intake on there. Let's do away with the plastic. And his answer to me, and it was logical, he said, the first one lasts. Sorry about that. It mutes when I switch from charts back and forth. I went to look at Palantir. My bad. There should, the first thing Mrs. Pirate should tell them is that we just put a new intake on that. Because if the guy thinks that that's a factory 21-year-old intake, he's going to go with that. So hopefully she was smart enough to say, listen, I know you say it needs a new intake. We just put one on at another place. You know, either that other guy fucked us or they put a defective one on. But either way, the intake has to come off to put a new gasket on. And most of the work on that's labor. Now, whether or not they charge me for another intake at $800, that's, you're valid there. But I tried to press home to them that it might be advantageous to check that crossover tube while they're there, because you can't get to the crossover tube without taking out the intake. but I'm trying so very hard not to micromanage them on this. I'm not going to be here forever. Sooner or later, both my sons are going to have to navigate these things on their own. To be honest with you, I'm pissed that Mrs. Pirate's even going with them. Pulling more of that helicopter mom shit where she should really probably just let them go about their business on this. But it's just never been her way. I try to focus on the big picture. I told them I would provide them with some sort of a decent car if they got good grades, straight A's through high school. And then I amended that to I would provide them with insurance, licenses, and all car repairs until he finishes law school. My goal is to shove him through law school. So sometimes, you gotta fucking lose a few battles to win a war. Yeah, Dynamite said that's the hardest part is letting go. Double Barrel Darren in the house. Good to see you, Darren. The missus, she gets all bent out of shape because he's one thing when he drives locally to college. If he breaks down, I mean, for his 4-year degree, which he's in his 3rd year, she doesn't worry too much because it's a $200 tow truck drive home if his car takes a shit on him. But when he goes to law school and travels, she's going to be anxiety ridden with him being out so far away from home on a car that she feels is unreliable. So her instinct was, well, let's just buy him a new car. I'm like, absolutely not. No fucking way. I mean, you're bitching about paying $3,000 to have repairs made, but you want to go drop $30,000 on a new car? Fuck no. And her argument was, well, it'll stop the spending. I'm like, no, it won't. I can pay $3,000 for repairs, and if he drives the car for a year, that works. My goal is to encourage them to finish their studies, and I'll honor the agreements that I made with them. I'm doing all right, Darren. My morning got started a little bit sour. We had somebody come in and we bumped heads right off the bat. Didn't exactly set a good tone for my morning, but I've gotten over it. I hope you're doing good. Yucca Prita says, would you consider sending one of your dump trucks to LA and make money? I sold the dump trucks, Yucca. I don't have the Mack, those big Mack trucks. I had triaxles. They're gone. But yeah, if I was a young man, Yucca, that's exactly where I'd be headed. If I was a young man, I would be saddled up, and I would be out there getting ready to make a fortune off of what's going on out there. The only thing I have that dumps now is I'll have a little dump trailer. I showed you the pictures of it. 14-footer. It only carries about 6 tons. It's rated for 7 tons, but I just use that to maintain our real estate, all my little projects that I've constantly got going on. Yeah, I'd like to think I'm still a young man inside my brain, Yucca, but I don't have the desire to chase that brass ring. I crossed the finish line, my dude. I'm telling you, I've got enough. I've got more than I ever thought I'd ever have. I no longer need to chase it. Like I said, if this thing from AMC and GameStop works out, it'll be my crowning achievement. It's arrogant, but it's the truth. I just want it for the bragging rights. Shitty thing to say, but I don't need the money from AMC. I'm one of those guys who I set a high bar for myself because it maybe, I guess to some extent I probably suffer from some self-esteem issues childhood. So I don't know if I'll ever really feel like I was all that I could have been. But for me, I have a need to boast and brag. The only way I can boast and brag is if I do incredible things. And I set out a goal to make $1 million off of a single trade. That's been my goal off of AMC. I've said it many times. I want to be able to produce the receipts to say, oh yeah, well, hold my beer. Let me show you what I did. I made $1 million off a single move. That's what I'm here for. And if it doesn't happen, it's okay. That's why I said I played by the rules here, not a penny more than I can afford to lose. For me, that number was $100,000. I told the wife and I don't call it gambling. It's a calculated risk, like all the other adventures I've been on. I have exceeded that. I'm willing to lose the 100 and change. I'm not willing to lose any more than that. So I hit my stop number about, I don't know, a year ago. So I'll fuck around with GameStop for the fun of it. I got 71 shares of GameStop. 76? I got 76 shares of GameStop. Donkey Kong's nice. He says, God, I hope you succeed, Pirate. Well, if a rising tide raises all ships, calm. I've been pretty transparent about my position. If AMC hits $200, I'll make after taxes, I'll make $1 million. I don't think it's any kind of a pipe dream to see AMC hit $200, $300. For the love of God, man, GameStop hit $500 before any of this shit went down. So I don't need AMC to hit, $100,000 a share for this to be life-changing for me. Because make no mistake about it, every million counts. That's a joke, by the way. But yeah. Frog said at times our mamas must have been a nervous wreck. Yeah, I joke about it. I never had a mom, Highway Frog. I was raised by a father. I had a step monster, stereotypical step monster, and all that implies, but I never knew a mother's love or anything like that. So that's another thing why I'm woefully ill-equipped to judge Mrs. Pirate. I have no idea of knowing whether she's being an excellent mother or falling short of the mark. And what I mean by that is if she's too mothering or if she babies them too much. I don't know where the balance is, so I got to be real careful. I have no benchmark to grade her by. I'm the oldest of 4 boys. My father was gone. We were raised like fucking wolves. Yep, I appreciate that, BNS. I think my wife has done a stellar job. Both my boys, all of their formal education, their schoolwork, from elementary school on, was a reflection of her direct involvement. And I don't mean like barking at them and telling them it's time to do homework. She sat with them like a tutor. Oftentimes, she didn't even realize what the work was. She didn't even know herself, especially when it got into the higher high school. But what she did was participate and make sure that everything was done on time and done well. What that led to was really good grades, and that led to some scholarships. It also led to them understanding the rules of education. So, yeah, she gets all the credit for that. I had absolutely nothing to do with any of that. Dynamite said he had the opposite. He never had a father, had to figure it all out. Yep, I get it, Mike. That's probably why we get along. We understand. I didn't grow up in, shall we say, optimum circumstances. I wouldn't trade it for anything. I believe it was out of that crucible that melting pot of fire that forged a lot of my character as a young man, and it all served me well growing up. The primary thing was the self-reliance. See, it's unfortunate, but when you grow up in an abusive environment or an environment that's full of neglect, the first thing you learn is self-reliance. You have no choice. It's not like you have you're gifted with some sort of character, an excellence of character. You just don't have a choice in the matter. There's no option. And then what happens is that becomes a way of life early on. And then that serves you very well as a young adult. Then you learn to exploit that. And that's how it went for me. That's why you'll see so many kids who are children of affluent parents who fail. And that's one of the concerns I've always had with my two sons, is that they weren't shaped by that brutal youth. So I to some extent, they're going to lack an education that I got. So I made an effort to try to fill in, to fill that void, allowing them to hopefully have the same attributes that I had, but achieve them through other methods. A lot of which was been example, try to lead by example and all that. There's a reason why I'm pushing a fucking wheelbarrow 4 tons of rocks. I'm sure everyone here who's paying attention understands. I don't have to fucking move 6 tons of rocks with a wheelbarrow. If you don't think I can stroke a check to pay somebody to do that, then you're not paying attention. Setting an example for 2 young men that there's money to be saved. There's, for that particular rock portion of it was $2,000. So if I can save $2,000 worth of work in 4 weekends, that's good money. The fact that I can pay for it or not is immaterial. So yeah, I do okay, Frog. Thank you for the kind words. One of my latent fears was that I use every opportunity to brag about how I'm a self-made multimillionaire and that I started with zero. I literally went to boot camp with a $20 bill in my pocket. I guess I started with $20. I guess that's a lie to say I started with nothing. My point is, one of my fears is that my legacy, I don't want my legacy destroyed. When I leave this mortal plane, I don't want to leave 2 young men behind that are just going to burn through the money that I built, all of my successes, because they're ill-equipped to navigate, the subtle nuances and the dangers of this world. It's like back to the swimming pool. I lack the skills, or not the skills, but I lack all of the resources to build the complete pool. But when they said that they would tear the old pool down and haul it to the dump for 20 grand, I saw 2 things. One more chance for me to break my back to make money, but more importantly, a chance to teach both of my children, here's how it's done. Just because you can pay for something doesn't mean you should. And then I have to participate. Otherwise, it'd be too easy for them to say, well, sure, you want us to do this to save the 20 grand because we have to do the work. So there's no escaping it. I go out, I grab the jackhammer, I grab the wheelbarrow. When it's all said and done, the family keeps 18 of that $20,000. But more importantly, they're going to learn a lesson. So despite the fact that they're not living in a disadvantaged environment like I did, I'm still trying to compensate for that through example. Aaron said, chiming in with Dynamite, said his mother was solid as a rock on her own and raised 4 boys. That's something to be respected, Darren. Those of you who are listeners only, unavailable to don't have a chart available to you, AMC is at $3.62, 3% into the green, while GameStop currently finds itself at $27.89, $27.91, just about 0.18% in the red, although GameStop is off of its intraday low of $27.41 that it hit just after the opening bell. Both kind of chattering along sideways at the moment. You know, 32 participants in chat. That's very cool. From time to time, we fall down to where there's only 6 or 8 of us here, the hardcore sneak off for a second there and refill my Ice water. You missed a comment from Papa Mac earlier. He says, according to Schwab News, AMC went up yesterday because they made changes to their AMC Stubs system. I find it hard to draw a straight line between these two events, but I'm just a dummy. Yeah, Papa Mac, I always kind of raise an eyebrow when I hear that kind of stuff. Find some little minor event and try to blow it up like it's some sort of earthquake. Nominee Besant says if 2017 tax cuts are not renewed, the U.S. will face an economic calamity. He also said, of course, it's nothing new. He said, we don't have a taxing problem in Washington, we have a spending problem. It's the age-old battle of the Democrats want to tax people more and spend more, and Republicans want to say, you need to pull back government. Hopefully, the latter will prevail. Bitcoin's at 99,721 for you Bitcoiners. Just hovering underneath that $100,000 mark. The Dow's in the red, the NASDAQ is in the red, but the S&P 500 is just ever so slightly in the green.
I didn't see that coming.
Give you an example of how fucked up people can be. We have a tenant in one of our properties who right now owes me about $3,500. The only reason I haven't put his shit out on the street is because he's been renting for the better part of like 7-8 years. And he's always paid, but he fell on some hard times. He got about 3 months behind, actually a little bit more than that. Normally I put somebody out after 30 days. But here's the money shot. AMC hit these lows the other day, and I don't really have a lot of fuck around money right now because I'm just hemorrhaging money between buying cars and the swimming pools and all that shit. But I called him up. I said, hey, look, dude, you're on the hook to me for, well, it was getting closer to almost $4,000, but I think it was like 37 and change. I said, I'll tell you what I'll do, man. You pay me what you owe me and give me half of it. Now you think about that for a minute. That's that's doubling his money. He fucked me. And I said, I'll tell you what I can do, man. If you can come up with the money you owe me, pay me half of it and we'll call it good. Couldn't fucking do it. No, I'm just going to have to carry the debt. I'm like, fine, so what? I just thought, hey, it's one of those things where, it's kind of be like found money, because the truth of the matter is he'll probably never get caught up. I'll end up throwing his ass out eventually, or he'll just stay for 20 years and he'll constantly be 3 months in behind. But the point was, here's an opportunity for a guy to reduce his debt by half. He was unable to do that. That shows you how fucked up people keep their personal finances. I'm like, all right. He said, well, I can bring you 1,000 on Friday. I said, well, you're going to do that anyhow, because that's when the rent's due. So Darren says, Pirate, what are your thoughts on Kenny G raising another $500 million to short AMC and GME? Darren, we covered that. We talked about it for probably a better part of a half an hour this morning. I don't want to bore everybody else, but you might want to rewind, or if you get a chance later on today or what have you, go back and watch the part of the show that you missed from this morning. We talked about it. In fact, we had that was one of the things. We had a new participant, some guy named R, just the letter R. He wanted desperately to share a lot of thoughts, and we were asked him no less than 3 times what he thought of it, and he didn't have anything to add, and it kind of added a little bit of drama to our morning argument there. Too long don't read, as they say, Darren. It's bullish for us. I got really excited last night. I was watching Audio and I hanging out, playing the little cards and what have you, just jacking around in the evening as people came and went from Pirates Hideaway, and we talked about it. I got real excited when that news broke, because if you learn to read between the lines, it's desperation. You got a guy that's essentially begging for money. That's good for us. First thing it tells me is that his bank won't give him anymore. Because why the fuck would you sell bonds at 2%? Excuse me, I got a bad habit of rounding numbers up. 1.9%. Why would you sell bonds for not 1.9% above Treasury if you didn't have to. Somebody with his pull and his power should be able to borrow money at prime rate. He shouldn't be paying up. He should be getting money at far discounted than what the average bear can borrow money. So it's a huge thing, because you have to say to yourself, then he can't borrow money from his bank. That means his credit's been cut off. And to me, I'm guessing now, I don't have any proof of this, that means his banker said, yeah, no more. We're cutting you off, dude. We give you all the credit we can. So he still has to come up with the money. So this is what you see happening here. Greg Nation says we need some drama. I like drama, BNS, but I want an honorable foe. I want someone who can hold the other side of an argument. That's why I liked arguing with preachers. Preacher's smart as fuck. And he digs in his heels, and he's very methodical about what he says. He's thoughtful, and he puts up a strong argument. And more often than not, he'll carry the day. I have no desire to be involved in a seal clubbing with fucking intellectual fucking, midgets who want to come in and just act a fool, court jester type shit. I don't have any patience for it. I put out a hypothesis on Twitter. Didn't get much traction, so apparently people might have thought I was just a little too tinfoil hattish, but I'd like to think he got some sort of a margin call. You need to understand something. When a guy like Ken Griffin, when a multi-billionaire gets a margin call from his bank, they don't broadcast it. First of all, it would piss Ken Griffin off to no end. They're not going to do that. They make a lot of money off. Ken Griffin puts a lot of money in a lot of pockets. So nobody wants to jeopardize that. But when word comes down from their banker that says, yeah, we're not extending him any more credit, that has to be handled very delicately. The guy that calls him up, they probably go to lunch or they have a meeting or whatever. But it's not, a nasty thing. But more importantly, it's not broadcast for the world. But when the meeting's over with, Ken Griffin's left with the stark realization that he's got to do something. They're as nice as they can be. They handle him with kid gloves, but they tell a guy like that, listen, we can't extend you any more credit. And in fact, we're going to need, we got to call in some of these notes. You're going to have to do something. And so then what you have then is a guy like him. He's passing the hat right now. I think everyone pretty much agrees that the banks are over leveraged. That's why they fought against it wasn't the Glass-Steagall Act. It was the other one here recently, Basel. They fought tooth and nail to kill that Basel III because that was going to require them to have more liquidity. That would, instead of them being able to loan, I don't know, $10,000 for every $100 on deposit, they wanted them to, reel that in. Some say, listen, you guys are getting out too far. Well, they fought against that because they have no choice. They can't get the money back, and they loaned it too cheap. I'm going to excuse myself for a minute. My bride just arrived. I'm going to see what's up. Tyler Stone said, I used to have a terrible lazy attitude. I believed I shouldn't have to work until reality set in and I became homeless for a few years. It might be the best thing to ever happen to you, Tyler. He said, I realized then I had no choice but to dig myself out because no one's going to do it for you. That might be the single best thing. Going homeless might have been the best thing that ever happened to you in your young life, Tyler. Sometimes people need a wake-up call, or they need a fucking glass of cold water in their face. And if that's what it took for you, and you're fucking 23 years old, see, I didn't really unfuck myself till I was about 25. So theoretically, you're 2 years ahead of the curve, if judged by my standard. So you got a head start. Everybody figures it out, Tyler, eventually. See, that's what most people don't realize. I've had no shortage of men who've worked for me doing various tasks who are, 42, 45, 47 years old, and they're out just working like a fucking rented mule. And without exception, they all tell us the same story. They fucked away their youth, they made many bad mistakes, and now they're paying the price for it. So see, by the fact that you got fucking kicked in the balls at 23, you may have inoculated yourself for that. You may have gotten yourself a little vaccine, if you will, that ensures that you won't be 42 years old working like a fucking rented mule. See, I try to tell everybody, unless you're blessed and born into wealth, everybody's going to work. You just get to choose when. You can either choose to do it when you're young, middle-aged, or old, but you're going to fucking work. No way around it. There's no amount of welfare that's going to make most people happy. So if you want even the basics of life and have a decent lifestyle, you're going to work. So only choice you have is you're going to do it when you're young and vibrant and healthy. Are you going to do it when you're middle-aged, or are you going to do it when you're old and broken down? Sooner or later, motherfucker's you're going to break a sweat. I got some good news. My oldest is flying today. He usually only flies on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, but he got weathered out. So today he flew out a cycle, and it's a beautiful day, clear sun, low wind. So doing the thing. That's always pleasing for me to find out. Oh, Break Nation says it's snowing and 25 degrees where he's at. Sorry, dude. I didn't think about it, honey. It just escaped me. But Jesse could have took old Red. That truck will run to that airport. That's true. Can be. Apologize for the dead air there. I had to put it on mute, get a little bit of a debrief from the missus from Firestone. I like to be up to speed on what's happening. I read your comment, Tyler, and that's very kind of you. You're going to do what? Listen, Tyler, there's no magic to it. You and I have talked several times in private. There's no magic to it, dude. It's just about getting after it. You don't have to be lucky. You don't have to be blessed. All you got to do, every day is a new day, and you just every day try to do something to make your life a little bit better, and that'll have a cumulative effect. Eventually, you'll get to where you want to go. Break Nation Sports. I think I need to leave the stream. I need to go down and stand in line at GameStop and make sure I want to get in line and make sure I get one of those Switch 2s. I want to get one of the first ones. Probably need to go stand in line. See you later, Tendies. Come back when you can. Viewer will be glad. Gold is up 1,755. I think I saw up 1.35%. 2,754. Dow's green, S&P is green, but the NASDAQ is still red.
Hey Pirate, hey guys, I'm back, but fortunately very shortly. Need to step away for some shopping for the kids.
No problem, man.
No worries, man. We just appreciate the stream. You come and go at your volition. We're all good here.
Yeah. Once I'm back, I'll jump back on. See you guys soon.
Yeah. Yeah. Ooh. She gon' bust it. She gon' rush it. Yeah. What's up, baby? Tell me how you get the one up on me. Aye. And I know you ain't playing round. You about to have me down on one knee. Aye. I got that soul. Now she done came and snatched the soul out of me. She got that gold. She close enough, she open up, you go to sleep. Now if you ever get to meet her, better keep a shot about to make a supersonic man out of you. She go below the belt, you better go for help, 'cause shot about to make a supersonic man out of you. I wanna be her man. Now I'm a believer. She used both hands. Now I'm a believer. Yeah. Big gun, baby, I'ma pull it out and shooting my shot. I got a feeling I can bust it, baby. Trust me, baby, I do this a lot. She do that roll. Now I'ma double tap that booty like I G. She take that pole all the way down, that choking sign gon' make me ski. I'll ski. Yeah, now if you ever get to meet her, better keep a shot about to make a supersonic man out of you. She go below the belt, you better go for help, 'cause shot about to make a supersonic man out of you. I wanna be her man. Now I'm a believer. She used both hands. Now I'm a believer.
Just an update. My bank's still down today.
Appreciate. You committee sit. Yes.
Well, Pirate, I was going to buy a little bit more this morning, but my bank still won't let me get into the app.
I saw your message on that this morning. I was running a little bit late and I didn't have the time to comment to DMs. What's up with that shit?
No clue. But I'm concerned about you transferring any funds if there's something wrong. I'm likely to get a, whatever they call that, funds don't clear, so I didn't want to transfer anything, but I still can't log in. They don't answer the phone. I haven't tried my debit card yet, but I posted a little screenshot from what their warning said, and it said your bank card may be affected too.
I could understand it if they had some sort of security breach, so they got everything on lockdown. I'm supportive of that kind of activity. What I have problems with is when you pick up the phone and you call somebody and there's nobody on the other end of that.
Yeah, that's a little freaky.
Unnerved me.
There was another bank here in Oklahoma that failed here, if you remember, 2 or 3 months back, I think. Small little regional bank, but interesting stuff going on.
I prefer credit unions over banks. And, because I was in the Air Force, I have the ability to use one, and we do. But we still have a bank, a commercial, fulfills our commercial needs for the real estate business and all that. But at the very moment it became a problem for me to get somebody on the phone, I'd be switching bank. I got enough shit to worry about. The last thing I need to worry about is being able to get somebody on the phone if I have a question. No, Twisty, you didn't miss much. You're welcome, Tech. It wouldn't even happen if it wasn't for guys like you and the rest of the crew, man. This is a group effort. I'm incredibly proud to have been a part of it, but it truly is a team effort. And you've been a valued member for many years now. Bernie Sanders. Let's hear what his dumbass has to say.
Who are now most more half of our society are some 73 people, 170 million, with more concentration. We have more concentration in the media. Stupid murder, increasingly on the media and the information American people see. We have a system, and we're making contribution into Congress. When you have multiples who have enormous economic, media, political power, President last night's oligarchy shape of the influence our entire democracy. So,
Who gives a fuck what that old fool said? Bernie Sanders has one sales pitch: jealousy. His sales pitch to everybody is hate the people who have more than you. That's all he got. The funny part is he's in the club now. Used to be millionaires were bad until he became a multimillionaire. Now it's okay to be multimillionaire. It's just the billionaires that are bad. The higher he goes, the more he moves the goalpost on who the evil one is. This guy just roasted him. He said, if my memory serves me right, Biden just gave the Presidential Medal of Freedom to two of those oligarchs super rich you're talking about. And of course, then Bernie says, oh, well, we're not talking about individuals. So once again, billionaires are okay as long as it's their billionaires. These fucking guys, man, they never top to the hypocrisy. Billionaires are okay just as long as they're Democratic billionaires. I should probably refrain from even watching it because they get me so fucking incensed. It makes my blood boil. It is always the same. People who have never built anything, run a business, operated a business, they have never generated profits in any part of their life. But they're always willing to weigh in on how they think others should do it. I'm like, they've never done anything other than cash a government check, cash a check from somebody else. And this constant screaming and harping about the concentration of wealth. There's always going to be concentration of wealth because there's always going to be somebody willing to do it a little bit harder. If you're fucking sleeping and I'm working, I'm going to have more than you. If while you're laying drunk, I'm working, I'm going to have more than you. And there's a snowball effect. These people want an equal outcome. They want some sort of communist society where everybody gets everything. And that's antithetical to freedom. Freedom means if you want to lay around and be a fucking bum, you're free to do that. But I'm also free if I want to work myself into the grave and work 23 hours a day, then I should be entitled to keep the fruits of my labor, because each man sells his life dearly. We get 80 years on this earth, and I don't have a problem how other people decide to spend their time. I just have trouble when people want to reach into my pocket. If I'm willing to forego some of the nicer things in life, it may be even a character flaw. Maybe I have hurt relationships with my family or my children. Maybe I haven't been as good a father. I'm not even saying it's right, but if I work myself into the ground and therefore my family has 4 times as much as anybody else's, it seems to me that's rightful. That's my prerogative. But this need to constantly say, well, somebody else has more, therefore they must be evil. I'm like, they never talk about the disparity in effort. It drives me absolutely fucking crazy. Always the same. They're not capable of running a business, starting a business, hiring a few people, but they think they can sit in their ivory tower and tell me how to go about it. It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. And it's always based in some sort of feels, some sort of virtue. That's what Bernie Sanders' whole thing is. He wants people to like him, and he's found out that a lot of young folks will like him if he tells everybody, the reason you don't have all your dreams right now is because of rich people. Instead of telling them, hey, you might want to try to emulate what rich people do and maybe you too can become rich. His whole fucking mantra is take something from other people who are successful and give it to others. Like, how does that work? They're not happy until everybody's fucking poor. See it all the time on Twitter. The whiners and fucking crybabies about how bad everything is and how it's all their lives are shit and they don't have a chance and boomers only made it because they had it fucking easy. And I'm like, is that some sort of salve? Is that like putting aloe vera on a sunburn? That you fuck up over and over in your life, and because of that you're woefully aware more than anybody that your life is pretty shitty. And instead of taking ownership of it and going about the business of making it better, you just wallow around in the self-pity and the accusations. It's not my fault. It's the boomers' fault. It's fucking, they hogged up all the fucking houses. Hear yourself? Fucking 2 kinds of people. People who are going to recognize the situation for what it is, and they're going to rise to the occasion and make their life better. And then there's a whole rest of them who are just going to flounder around and say, oh, it sucks and it's somebody else's fault. Oh, Frog said it reminds him of the Trump and Hillary debate when he used their system. When he said, if you didn't like it, then why didn't you change it? Exactly, Frog. She's like, yeah, he doesn't pay enough in taxes. He's like, well, you set the tax code. I sit down at the table. You say we're going to play poker. You claim you set the rules. I win the pot, and then you tell me I'm the bad guy. Trump's like, I didn't write the fucking tax code. You fucking did. Same old shit. For starters, nothing's going to change until you can get them to at least get to some semblance of honesty. Because none of these debates can move forward to a productive conclusion and improvement. Like Preacher said, identifying a problem starts out with first you have to to fix a problem, you first have to identify it. Most of them refuse to even admit that there's a problem. Fucking guys. Some fucking asshole kid who made it through fucking college and made it through fucking law school and got his fucking political science degree, starts out working as a Supreme Court page or some congressman's page or a fucking intern. Eventually they get assigned to a job, a paid position, and over the course of years they work their way up to maybe becoming a member of the House of Representatives or something. And instantly they want to tell everybody how they should run a fucking business with 10 employees. I'm like, motherfucker, have you ever hired one guy? Have you ever hired one motherfucker to come in Monday through Friday to show up, climb in your truck, and at the end of the week give him a paycheck? And the answer is always no. They don't have a goddamn clue how any of it works, but they think they're the ones who should tell everybody else how to go about doing it. It's fucking psychotic.
I call it let's pretend.
Yep.
And it is psychotic.
Yep. Zero practical experience. It would be like if I was going out tomorrow to open up a fucking hair salon. I don't know the first fucking thing about cutting a hair salon. I might be successful in the fact that I've run several successful businesses. So the first thing I would realize is I need to hire somebody who knows about hair salons, specifically how to cut hair. But my point that I'm trying to make is these people have zero practical experience, but they want to be the ones to dictate policy over all these things. Pro AMC says each generation had its moments to build or create wealth. This new beta generation will have their chance as well. I couldn't have said it better, Ro. Every day springs anew. Every time a young man gets out of, even if he just gets out of high school, he's no longer under the thumb of his parents. He's emancipated as he's 18 years old. He's an adult. He can go anywhere he wants and do anything he wants, at least in America. He's free. He has no children to take care of if he's smart, if he was smart about it. He doesn't have a wife yet. He doesn't have anything holding him back but ambition and thin air. And the entire world is out there. How he can spend, he gets 24 hours a day from the moment he wakes up in the morning till the moment he goes to bed at night to go out and find a way to make his life better and start to accumulate the thing to begin with, the things he needs, like Tyler Stone's up against, of basic housing, so he doesn't have to live in his car, all those things. And then once he figures out how he can generate revenue through labor, most people have to go to work, then it becomes, is he smart enough to say, okay, now I have to take what little bit left is over with, that's extra after my basic needs are met, and look for a way to make it better going forward. And that's where a lot of them start to stumble. Many of them can't even wrap their head around it's time to go to work. They think everybody gets a fucking trophy, or I'm out of high school now, who do I see about getting my house and car? Who hands those out? But if they are smart enough to know that, okay, it's time to roll up your fucking sleeves and try to earn $1, that's only the first hurdle. The second hurdle is once they fall into that, God damn, man, I can make $600-700 a week if I just try real hard. And that's really not a lot of money. But for a young guy who hasn't got a dime in other, doesn't have any bills, $700 or $800 a week, $1,000 a week is a lot of money. So the next hurdle becomes, do they fall into the trap of, well, I'm going to get a brand new fucking Jeep and I'm going to put fucking rims and tires on it and I'm going to upgrade my fucking stereo and goddamn, I need a new watch because fucking, all of that shit. And it's, the person who can abstain from that, who can refrain from all that and say, maybe I don't want to rent a house forever. I need to see if I can maybe find me a little piece of dirt on the edge of town. So maybe instead of buying a brand new fucking Jeep, maybe they buy themselves a used vehicle and take on the nightmare that comes with that, the automobile repairs and frequent breakdowns. But that extra money that would normally be going towards a brand new car payment, maybe that's going to something substantial like a half an acre on the edge of town. That nobody thinks in those terms. And then they're the first ones to scream and cry. There's not any opportunities for me. My favorite one I saw yesterday on Twitter was when some guy says, it's just not fair because if I make $100,000 a year, I should be able to afford, his exact words were, a house that I like, a car, and feed my family. I'm like, well, there you go, right off the bat. You're already setting unrealistic expectations because you didn't say a house. You said a house that I like. And it's normally what it comes down to. These motherfuckers want it all right out the gate. They want the nice house and the nice subdivision. It never dawns on them that it takes a lifetime of work to get to the good stuff at the end. There's this entitlement that says, fuck, I'm right out of high school. I should get a fucking beautiful home and a new car and be able to feed 3 fucking kids right off the bat. I'm like, motherfucker, it takes a lifetime to accumulate all that shit. And that's if you don't fuck it up with DUIs, divorces, and knocking up 5 fucking women in 5 different counties. But they never make allowances for all that. And it's because we have strayed away from cause and effect. We live in a world right now where there's no one takes any personal responsibility, and more important, they're told that that everything should be okay. It's the whole thing of everybody gets a trophy. And in fact, I told him that. I was like, hey, sport, welcome to real life. The participation trophies stop once you get out in the real fucking world. It doesn't do any good for a whole generation of kids who are told they should get everything and that they have a right. They have a right to a house and they have a right to healthcare. They have a right to a phone. They have a right to the coolest $200 gym shoes. And they've been brainwashed in this shit since they were 5 years old. So it's really not their fault that they all stumble around right out of high school and say, where's all my shit at? Where's everything that I'm supposed to have? And then when it doesn't come, instead of looking inward and say, well, I've been fed a bunch of bullshit. I've been fed lies. I need to do a course correction. They lack the fucking critical thinking skills needed to say, yeah, they bullshitted me. The truth of the matter is I'm going to have to work for what I want, or I'm going to have to make decisions, and even then I'm going to have to meet some unexpected challenges. But then they're all going to say, in the end of the game, you got Bernie Sanders saying, there's too much of a concentration of wealth. I'm like, yeah, here's a news flash, motherfucker. There's winners and losers in life. Everybody doesn't get everything. Never will. AMC very thoughtful comments, as he always does. Says the first hurdle is finding a way to make money without going into debt. Well, bad debt. I couldn't agree more, Ro. This concept, the debt is so available, but it's money that people are willing to go into debt for foolish things. Back again to like the whole brand new car concept, or the guy says, I want a house, quote unquote, that I like. I'm like, have you ever thought that maybe your first house should be a little piece of shit fixer-upper? I'd rather have a piece of shit fixer-upper that I own than rent the nice house on the edge of town from Pirate Yeah, go to work 40 hours a week, cash your check, and bring me the money, dumbass. I'm happy to rent you a really nice house. If you had a brain in your head, you'd stay away from landlords like me, and you'd find some piece of shit. Whatever you could afford, I don't give a fuck if it's the ugliest, stereotypical white trash mobile home standing out on the edge of a cornfield. You're better off if you own that than renting from a guy like me. But you can't make people believe that. I have no love for Bezos. I've never owned a single stock of, I've never owned a single share of Amazon. I think he's arguably the richest man in the world, but here's my point, folks. The guy started out in a garage. I don't know what his day job was. I don't worship Bezos, but I know this. He started out selling fucking books in his garage. He had an idea and he ran with it. But more importantly, he had to work at it. I'm sure that he spent a lot of time in a fucking unheated garage with no air conditioning, packaging up a fucking, I don't know what he did. I don't know if it was a used copy of fucking a War and Peace or fucking whatever. I don't know if he was selling new books. I don't know. But all I know is that he started in a garage with a side hustle. So he wasn't going golfing. He wasn't fucking going fishing. He wasn't going on a vacation to fucking Disney World. He was going about whatever his day job was, whatever he chose as his day job. And then on the side, the guy was like, I'm going to dedicate my time towards building a business. Now the motherfucker he's got fuck you money. And they all want to paint him with a brush like he's the goddamn devil. I'm like, instead of painting him with the devil brush, have you ever thought for maybe just a fucking moment you should try to copy what he did? And that doesn't mean to imply that everybody who tries to sell used books out of their garage is going to go on to become Amazon. My point is, instead of running around screaming, rich man evil, maybe a smart dude would say, God damn, tell me again how you did that. You know, it's the story's been played out over and over so many times. The original owners of the ceiling fan industry, ceiling fans weren't always popular in America. Ceiling fans were around before air conditioning. It was a way to cool down buildings. Once air conditioning became something that the average person could afford, where it was the norm, the norm was to have an air conditioning building, ceiling fans disappeared. It wasn't until two guys decided, they were electricians, decided they saw some ceiling fans in an old diner. The one guy said, hey, I think my wife would like one of these. They went in their fucking garage, I shit you not, they went into their garage and they hand-built some ceiling fans. They went on to become the Casablanca fan, worth fucking billion, hundreds of millions of dollars. But it started with two guys, but what it started with was work. Nobody guaranteed them. When they built those ceiling fans and gave them to their wives, and other people said, damn, I would like to have one of those. Somebody said, well, I've identified a market here. And then sooner or later, they had to take their paychecks. Now, I don't know if these fucks fired houses for a living, if they went around and put electrical boxes in McDonald's. I don't know, but their chosen profession was being an electrician. But sooner or later, one of them had to sit down with his wife and say, I think we should take some of our paycheck money, and instead of going to Disney World, I want to try to make these fans and sell them. And here you are. My point is, it always starts with somebody, A, making some sacrifices, B, doing some work instead of fucking around and having fun. And then on top of that, they had to put capital at risk. See, the guys like Bernie Sanders, they never make allowances for the fact that the guy could have lost it all. They're quick to hate a guy like Bezos who makes money. But what if Bezos lost it all? What if his fucking Amazon didn't do anything and he wasted years in his garage? Because it happens. They never fucking give credit to those guys who risk it for the biscuit and it doesn't pay off. But God damn it, they're willing to hate that motherfucker if he wins. It's just wrong. Twisty says, yeah, but I don't have a garage. Well, there you go, man. You're off the hook then, Twisty. You got your excuse. That's what you need, man. Every loser needs good excuses. You got to make sure that when you're having drinks and everybody's sitting around and you understand it, you're the fucking guy in the crowd who hasn't fucking really done anything. You got to make sure you got your excuses ready. And that's a good one there. Just be like, hey, man, I didn't have a fucking garage. Morning, son. Johnson B Street says Amazon has killed the brick and mortar, doing away with many first-time job experiences, removing them from exposure to interact person to person and problem solve. But see, that's social engineering, B Streets. See, you can make that argument, Johnson B Streets, about anything. You could say that Henry Ford destroyed the equestrian business, the need to breed good horses and buggies. You know, innovation comes, the world changes, and you have to change with it or fall to the wayside. So, you know, it's like, yeah, I get it. Amazon killed the brick and mortar store. Walmart killed the brick and mortar stores long before Amazon did. Walmart used to have a florist in your neighborhood, somebody who sold flowers. Not anymore. Go to Walmart. Used to have a cobbler in your town who fixed shoes. Maybe me and my son make you a new pair of work boots. You could bring your old work boots in. We would resole them. Not anymore. You go to Walmart. So yeah, I would argue Amazon did kill brick and mortar store, but the animal was already dead thanks to Sam Walton. That doesn't make Sam Walton a bad guy. He saw an opportunity. He said, if I put everything under one roof, made it convenient, and then I use my incredible power to buy in bulk to beat down my suppliers on prices, I could corner the market. So there's always going to be the next thing. Here's a news flash for everybody while I'm on a rant. You know, sooner or later, somebody's going to come along and destroy Amazon, right? Just like somebody destroyed the mom and pop stores. See, back in the Frontiers days, you had somebody had to take a wagon and they had to go back to the shipping ports and maybe buy silk that was brought from China. He had to buy that. He had no idea he was going to sell the silk. He had to load the silk on a wagon. He had to take it out to fucking Montana and open up some little wooden shop. He was the guy, if your wife wanted a silk dress, you had to go buy, and he took on a leap of faith that he was going to sell that silk. So, you know, he got destroyed by mom and pop stores. There's always going to be innovation that comes along. Just like the little mom and pop stores were destroyed by Walmart. Now Walmart's being replaced probably by Amazon with home delivery. Sooner or later, somebody's going to come along and replace Amazon. You know, it's just the nature of things. But my rant is loosely based around people can sit around and piss and moan about other successful people and how somehow or another they're the boogeyman that's hurting the common guy. Or you can choose to look at it and say, God damn, man, this dude did something and it worked. And maybe you can't copy what he did, but maybe if you learn to embrace his thinking, that you too can be successful, even if it's not business-wise. But I think that we have a society that is too quick to look for excuses or reasons why their lot in life isn't all that they want it to be, when more often than not, the lack of personal responsibility is the crux of the matter. Papa Max says he goes into the garage and forgets what he went out there for. It says the work ethic is a big problem today. I wish I knew how to solve it. You know, B Streets, it's been many years since I sold the last of my service business, the service business that I had. That was my number one problem. And that was almost 20 years ago. I never had a problem finding work. I had already achieved enough financial success that I didn't need financing. I could buy equipment if I needed it. The only thing was a constant headache for me was finding people who really wanted to work. And I'm not talking about somebody who's willing to be taken advantage of or let me fucking screw them in the ass. I'm talking about people who are just willing to show up and give an honest 8-hour day work Monday through Friday and do it consistently. It was a common joke. We would hire people and most couldn't make it a month. They couldn't make it the first 30 fucking days without missing a day's work. How in the fuck do you take a new job and within the first 4 weeks already found a reason why you can't make it in one day? And it was fucking always the same. You know, it's been said too many times that good times make weak men, and I think our country's suffering from that. We have had it so good for so long in America. It's been too easy. It's too easy to get by. The fucking welfare queens are evidence of that. You can ploop out fucking babies and it doesn't matter. You think it would be common sense to say, if you're 18 years old and right out of high school and you haven't even figured out how you're going to earn enough money to fill your own pie hole, how in the fuck do you expect to be able to feed kids to? But that doesn't slow them down. And then what happened is they took this system that was meant to be a helping hand for people, the welfare issues, and it turned into a Frankenstein. It grew and evolved into the monster that we have today, where it's a way of life. You just ploop out more kids and you get more money. So that's it. It's just real simple. And then that's multi-generational. You know, $900,000 a baby per month, and all the other shit that goes with it. So then, you know, then off you have it. And it's the most insidious thing because it's the cruelest thing you can do to those people, because they give them just enough to survive. They're never going to have anything nice in their life, and they're certainly never going to excel and as far as upgrading their quality of life in their home, or maybe the quality of nourishment in terms of the meals they have, or their ability to save to experience some things nicer in life, like vacations or gifts. They're always, and it's a trap, because once they teach them that you can stay home and lay on your fat ass and do nothing and you'll be okay, they're done. They've fucking destroyed everything that could be good and wonderful about that life. And it's all done with a smile of, I'm helping. Whereas if you would starve some of these motherfuckers out, they find a job. See, they've made it too easy to get by doing nothing. See, it shouldn't be that way. It should be impossible for you to survive without putting any effort in. Impossible. But it's not. And because of that, we've had generations, probably 2 or 3 generations of people who understand that you don't really have to work if you don't want to. And you don't. Once you learn the rules of the game and how to game the system, you don't have to do a damn thing after you get out of high school, and you can survive. But what they don't tell you is your life will be shit. The rest of your life will be shit. It will be an easy life, but it'll be a shitty easy life. So then what you have is people who, once they go into it with that attitude, when their life is shitty, and I'm not just talking about the welfare recipients, I'm talking about the people who refuse to have gainful employment on a regular basis. You know, the job hoppers, the fuck you, I quits, the I'm not willing to do this job, I'll wait till something better comes along. That whole attitude comes into then it's, well, why don't I have nice shit in my life? Why don't I have my dream house? Or why can't I send my kids to college and all that? Because either A, nobody took the time to show you the true rules of this game, or they told you and you refused it. Get into some pretty heated battles on Twitter with people who want to motherfuck landlords, and that's me. They want to talk shit about landlords, and I've been a lot of things, but I'm a landlord now. And it's always the same. Landlords are evil, they're fucking predatory, they're all this shit. And it's crazy. Because I want to say to myself, how do you think the guy got that house that he's renting you? How do you think he got that? Now, I get it. There's some people who their dad died and left them an apartment building. I get it. I'm not talking about them. But even then, if I leave my sons, say, 5 houses apiece to rent, how does that make them evil? I mean, it was their good fortune, but ultimately it comes down to their dad. Their dad earned them. They can say, well, my dad was a badass. They never once asked, how did the guy accumulate the 5 houses that he's got? They always start out with, he has the houses, therefore he must be evil and he's taking advantage of people. And I see it all the time, especially when it talks about rates and how much they should charge and all this. I'm like, take your life savings, buy a house, and you can rent it out for whatever you want. But it's always the same. It's people that are pissed off because their rent has been raised, or they feel like they should be. And I'm like, freedom means free. It means if I want to work my life away while everybody else is having fun going fishing in Disney World, and I want to work double shifts for 20 years, and I buy houses, if I want to charge $1 million a month for that fucking house, that's my prerogative. But they don't see it that way. It's the constant, landlords are evil, they're the fucking devil. I'm like, no, they're not. They're somebody who decided to invest their life in accumulating one house, even if it's just one little raggedy house on the edge of town. Instead of a bass boat, he bought that one little raggedy mobile home on the edge of a cornfield. Shouldn't he be allowed to do whatever he wants with that? But again, it's because it doesn't fit their personal needs. What they're really mad about is they want housing, and they want it, and they want it. They don't want to buy it. They want to rent it, and that's fine. So they have to avail themselves of the economy, but then they want to dictate the terms after that. And it's all antithetical to freedom. I'll ask them all the time. People say, well, they should have caps on rent. You shouldn't be able to charge any more than what you want. I'm like, well, what if I just want to sell my house? What if I just want to burn it to the ground and let fucking chickens walk around on the land? Does that work for you? But it doesn't. What they want to do is they want to put a gun to your head and say, no, sir, we want you to buy rentals. We want you to take your money and buy a rental property, but then we want to tell you the rules from there on out. Never thinking for a moment that what normally happens is what you're going to see in California is you're going to see people, because California tries this shit. The county that I live in, they don't play that bullshit. But out in California, that's us all, we'll tell you what you can do with your rentals. Well, what happens is smart people go, well, I'll just take my toys and go home. How about fuck you? Now you got no rental. So then they're all like, oh my God, nobody wants to build a rental in California. I'm like, you know why? Because the government tries to take control. And most entrepreneurs don't want to be controlled by their government. Break Nation Sports said there are some piece of shit landlords, but there are pieces of shit in every occupation. Absolutely, Break Nation. And the rule for that landlord is move. If he's truly a shitty landlord, he won't last very long because people will move. See, that's the problem. They want to act like all of the landlords are evil when it's not true. let's just say 90% of the landlords are just trying to run a business and 10% are evil motherfuckers. Well, just move. Don't worry about trying to control him. Just pack your shit up and move, because there's other wonderful landlords out there, and get you with one of those wonderful landlords and live happily ever after. But I get into some real heated discussions with people who, you know, they're real eager to tell me how I should operate my rental when they don't have a dime in it. And I always tell them the same thing. This is America. It's what's beautiful about America. You can go out and work double shifts, take double shifts, work 16 hours a day for 10 years. Just do it for 10 years. I promise you, you'll have enough money to buy a rental. Buy your rental and rent that motherfucker for free. If that's how you want to do it, double shifts, 10 years, buy a rental, and then you can rent that motherfucker for whatever you want. Oh, I see. You don't want to do that. You want me to work the double shift. Me to tell my family, fuck you, we're not going to Disney World. I buy a rental house, and then you want to swoop in and start giving me rules? Good luck with that. I see them all the time. The whiners, the complainers, the life's not fair guys. It's the fucking man that's keeping me down. It's the rich are fucking me over. And I'll tell you, they're going to be there. When they're my age, 55, 60, 65 years old, their life is still going to be a pile of dog shit, and they'll still be playing that same old song. They'll never once tell you that it's because they fucked up in life. They didn't try hard enough, or they made. And I'm certain you can cherry pick examples. There's people out there who have credible misfortunes with health. They have accidents. You know, there's all sorts of things because that's life. I'm not talking about those rare exceptions, though. I'm talking about the bulk of the bigger sample size, if you will. They'll be the ones who it'll never dawn on them that the problem the entire time was them. You're never going to change that. For every guy out there like Bezos and the multi-rich people, the people out there who are incredibly successful, they're going to have there's a mathematical certainty there's going to be other people on the other side of that bell curve. And not everybody's life is bad because of misfortune. For the same people who excel because they were willing to work hard, there are going to be people who fail because they weren't willing to pour piss out of a boot. No getting around that. I wouldn't be true to myself if I didn't fall into a real estate rant at least once a week, twice a week. Hell, I'd do it daily if I could get away with it. Friend Vin says, I'm always jealous why in America paid too much for actors and professional sports players. I've always had a little bit of a bitterness about that, Vin. But the simple truth of the matter is that that's the values. That's a reflection of the values that we have in the American society. We value athletics, and it's valued for the entertainment. Arguably, it's the single biggest source of entertainment. So that sets a playing field that's full of opportunity for people. So I try to refrain from jealousy. I just say that's the nature of it. They are the product. Michael Jordan, he excelled in every way. So it's another example of meritocracy. How many people do you know can dunk a basketball from the fucking free throw line? and he could. And I don't know shit about basketball, but that's just an example of, now, is that a reflection of good genetics? Was he just lucky that somewhere along his line, his family, their genetics culminated in him having the ability to jump farther and higher than anybody else? I don't know. But when you build a sport that's built around who can run fast and jump high, it's logical to think that somebody like Michael Jordan will succeed. And then if you have all of the screening that goes into getting professional athletes, you're already getting the best of the best that come to the NBA. And then when you have somebody like him and the best of the best, he's still head and shoulders of all the rest, then there's going to be marketing that comes in there available to that. And so it's logical. The problem I have with it is when you have a society that rewards, like, say, professional athletes at those incredible levels of pay scales, and then you have a school bus that has 66 little kids on it, and they pay like a crackhead to drive the school bus. That's where I kind of get a little sideways. I'm like, but Bitcoin's at 99,903. Trying hard to get back above that 100 grand. Went through a tough time. Young man straight out of high school, trying to make it on my own. There were times where I made foolish decisions where maybe I had $80 left after everything was done and paid. My friends would be like, "We're going out Friday night on a meat hunt. We'll see if we can meet the girls and go to the club and the bar." I had to make a decision, and I decided to go with them, and I'd get my raggedy piece of shit vehicle, and I'd pray it'd make it to the bar and back. Barely enough fuel in it. Then I had to decide, I got $80, man. Am I going to buy beer? And back then, beer was fucking $1 a bottle, or maybe $1.50 a bottle. But you were always, honored bound to give the bartender $1. That was just the rules of the game. So I'm like, I got to go out and buy, for a guy who can drink 12 bottles of beer, at $2 a pop. It's like you're going to spend $24 in a bar or more. Just a couple shots of tequila, whatever. Buy a girl a drink. Knowing full well that I didn't have any fucking food in the refrigerator in my fucking shithole camper I was living in. Next day, you do the walk of shame to Walmart and you buy a loaf of bread for 89 cents. And the cheese product, it wasn't even real fucking cheese, the little American cheese slices and the little packages, plastic. If you were lucky, maybe mustard, and live for 5 fucking days on mustard and cheese sandwich. That's breakfast, lunch, and supper. Telling yourself, next weekend I'm not going to drink up my take-home pay. Now today, my son goes Uber Eats. He delivers fucking Starbucks at $6 a cup, or Burger King. Not only does he deliver the Burger King that's incredibly expensive, but they pay twice as much for it, and he delivers it to some of the most, I want to say how I say this real nice. Oh, fuck it. Some of the poorest neighborhoods around here. The very people who can't afford it, not only are they eating fast food, but they're not even going and getting it themselves. They're paying him like $7 fucking to bring them a $7 hamburger. And these are the same fuckers who scream, "Things aren't working out for me. Things are too tough." Okay, sure they are. Dynamite said drinking GI corks back then. I used to ask my dad would say, set the plates out, man. I'll make us all grilled cheese. I'd be like, yes, sir. And I'd be like, what are we drinking tonight? And he'd say, Addiston Highball. The little town I grew up in was called Addiston. He'd say, Addiston Highball. Well, a highball is a mixed drink for those of you who aren't alcohol drinkers. But an Addiston Highball meant get some of that water out of the tap. We didn't even have fucking ice because everybody's too goddamn lazy to refill the ice trays. They would empty the ice trays out, and none of my worthless brothers would refill it and put it in there. So you didn't even get fucking ice cubes. If you let the water run for a while, you're lucky if it cooled down a little bit. But all these motherfuckers running around today with Uber Eats and fucking $6 Starbucks and their goddamn $1,000 phone, and they're like, yeah, things are tough today. You can't get by today like the boomers. Yeah, fuck. We both know the fucking truth. Guacamole toast. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, everything. It's just, their money just doesn't go as far as it used to. I'm like, no, you fuckers buy a bunch of really stupid shit. We had one pair of fucking shoes. One. You got them at the beginning of school. The first day of school, you had a brand new pair of gym shoes on, and they were the cheapest motherfuckers that money could buy. Chuck Taylor Converse, they were $12 a fucking pair. That was it. No fucking $100 fucking Nikes, $200 fucking Air Jordan. No fucking $28 fucking Levi's. But sure. Oh, the poor, getting all the chillins. They got it so rough today. We would walk the street, particularly around the bars, VFW Hall where they played bingo, places like that, around parking lots. We would scour parking lots. We would get the 16-ounce bottles, Coke, 7-Up, Pepsi bottles, and they were worth 25 cents. Carried to any grocery store, carry them into any grocery store. If you carried 4 of them in, it was $1 bill. So you spend the whole fucking morning scouring the neighborhood for fucking bottles to return. It was called a deposit. Carry them in. You got the fucking $1. For that $1, you could get a bottle of Coke for 50 cents. So you could get another bottle of Coca-Cola and 50 cents worth of candy. But you fucking earned it. Today, they just fucking... And I get it. They don't have deposits on bottles anymore. Before somebody shoves my nose in that, I get it. It's not the point. It was about the self-sufficiency of the hustle. It wasn't just fucking demand some pocket money. Can I get some walking around money? I want to go get a popcorn, ice cream, and candy. My dad would be like, get the fuck, you lost your fucking mind. Get out of here. I know I get to be a bit much to hear, Tech, and I know for some of the younger ones, they get sick of hearing it, but it's the truth, dude. I like you. I think a great deal of you, Tech. You know that, and I wouldn't lie to you. It's just the simple fact of the matter. We would fucking push a lawnmower. If you were fortunate enough to have access to a lawnmower, push a lawnmower fucking a mile across town on sidewalks to cut some old woman's grass, and if the bitch gave you $5 fucking, you felt it was fucking incredible. And then you had to pay for the gasoline in the lawnmower, push it all the way home, and if she would let you come cut it once a week, god damn, you protected that shit like it was your own personal fucking gold mine. If you couldn't do it anymore, like you increased your lot in life, like you got a job somewhere, you went to one of your friends and you said, hey, do you want old woman Hazel's grass mowing account? I'm not going to be able to do it anymore. The guy's like, fuck yeah, man. Appreciate it. Fuck, you can't get no kids to cut grass today. You're like, They won't even cut their own parents' grass. Their parents, you got parents that are paying people for a lawn service while they got teenagers living in the house. Yep. So save all that shit about money doesn't go far enough or we don't have the opportunities that you had. Yeah. Bullshit. Yep. I appreciate the kind words, Tech. Yep. I appreciate it. Max says, speaking of Burger King, yesterday I went there to drive through, ordered a Whopper meal at the window, and a gal asked if I wanted a cardboard crown. The answer is yes, man. You always want the crown. Are you fucking kidding me? The best was if you used to be able to go to the fish and chips place, Long John Silver's or whatever it was. They give you a fucking pirate hat, man. Who doesn't want a fucking pirate hat? Firehouse Subs used to give you the little plastic fire hat. I pull up and they ask me, do you want a fucking crown? I'm going to say I want two. Can I have two? One to wear now and one as a backup for later. Share intimacy with you guys. One of my best friends growing up, to this very day, I think he just retired. He was a homicide detective in Cincinnati. He eventually got on as a street cop from Cincinnati, and he worked his way up. He went to school and got his degree. He got promoted to a homicide detective. Good fucking dude, salt of the earth. Grew up without a dad. Had a stepdad who was really good to him, but he was my friend growing up. And we were two fucking outlaws, man. We were bona fide fucking outlaws. And his stepfather would let him borrow his pickup truck. He had an old fucking Ranger pickup truck, 3-speed on the tree. But we never had any gas money from it. So here was the scam. On Wednesday nights, they had bingo at the local VFW hall. Parking lot would be full. So we would go to the bingo hall and we would steal gasoline. We had a gallon milk jug and a piece of garden hose. And we would sneak around in the darkness, car to car, stick the hose in the tank, which he always made me do it because I got the shitty work. Because inevitably you'd always suck too hard and you'd get a mouthful of gasoline. I probably drank enough fucking gasoline to it doesn't matter. So you stick the hose in the gas tank, you go do a big hard suck, and then you try to put the gasoline hose down and you created a siphon. Once the gasoline started running, you'd stick it in the can real fast. We'd steal a gallon of gasoline. Then we'd go to his truck, we would pour it into the truck, and we would go back. And we would do like 5 trips. Now, we were geniuses, so we made a point to never steal more than a gallon out of any car because we didn't want to get caught. And if somebody came out of bingo and their car was out of gas, they'd know, and then they'd catch us. And we wanted to come back and shake the tree again. You know, we wanted to keep milking this cow. And we were geniuses. So we never stole more than a gallon from cars. So that made it sucked because I had to, if you wanted to get 5 or 10 gallons, that means I had to restart that hose 5 times. You know, so the trick to the gasoline was never to swallow it or inhale it. It was okay if you got a mouthful, but you just needed to spit it out and then wash your mouth out. But that's another story. So we would steal the fucking gasoline. Stick with me on this. I'll get to the end of this. We would steal the gasoline to put 5 or 6 gallons in his old man's pickup truck. Then we would take the pickup truck and we would drive to a place in Cincinnati called Western Hills. That's where the people with money, at least we thought they had money. Looking back on it, they were just middle class. But goddamn, where we come from, they were the rich folks. So we would drive all the way to Western Hills and we would steal bicycles. Fucking rich kids would leave their bicycles out on the yard or on the sidewalk or whatever. And we would drive around until we found a nice bicycle. We would make a couple passes to scout it out. Inevitably, we would go by and he would dump me out. And then I would jump on the bicycle and sail off, just pedal that motherfucker off around the block where he'd be waiting for me. And then we would toss the bicycle in the back of the truck. And then we never stole more than one at a time, because if we got pulled over by the police, we didn't want to have a boatload of bicycles. We just wanted one. So again, we were geniuses. So we would bring the bicycles back, and then we would hide them in the woods, because if our parents found them, we knew we'd get our fucking asses beat, because they knew that we had no business having bicycles. So we'd have to rat hole these bicycles away in the woods, and then we would sell them. Sometimes we'd sell them back to the same rich kids where we stole them. But you had to put the word out that if you wanted a bicycle, we were the guys to see. And that was how we funded our fucking operation. And we ran for two or three summers where we had quite a little fucking operation going. So we sold the bicycles. Our biggest single hit was we stole a moped. We only got one moped, but that was like stealing a Rolls Royce, Corvette, and a fucking a Lamborghini all rolled into one. Are you kidding me? We got to ride the fucking moped for like a week or two, but we knew we couldn't keep it because we needed our profits out of it. So, you know, that gives you a little indication of how I come up. And was it right? Fuck no. It was fucking wrong. Everything about it was wrong. It was wrong on so many fucking levels. But we were just a squirrel trying to get a nut. But that's one of those stories I love to share, because this guy went on to become a homicide detective. And when he had people in handcuffs and shit, and even when he was a beat cop, they had a hard time bullshitting him, because he didn't come from a fucking silver spoon. You know, he didn't go to a fine college and get a fucking law enforcement degree. He came up rough. But you know, told you, man, I could never run for president. I got too many skeletons in my closet. There's people that sit around and cry about the fact that they don't have a bicycle, and there's people who do something about it. Everybody gets to decide who they are. I'll let you guys decide whether I made that whole story up just for entertainment or if that's true. I'll let you decide for yourself.
Here's one for you, Pirate. It's kind of a funny story. My kids grew up on dirt bikes, and so we always had dirt bikes around the house. And my youngest son had a little Honda 70, and it got stolen. And I'd left the garage door open, and I just maintenanced the thing. I'd taken the air filter off and cleaned the carb on it, and doing some stuff on it. We'll never put the air filter back on it. Well, they stole it without the air filter, and so I didn't even notice this for a couple of days. And once I figured it out, and I realized that air filter was sitting there, I put a sign in the front yard, and I said, for whoever stole the motorcycle, you forgot the air filter, and I set the air filter right beside the sign. 2 days later, the air filter was gone.
That's beautiful. That's fucking beautiful. I love that.
And that's a true story.
I love it. It's the fucking best, man. Thanks. Greg Nation says the worst thing I did with friends was go around destroying Christmas decorations. Absolutely awful. I'm ashamed. They wrote an article about us in the Christmas Grinches in the local paper. All right, Break Nation. I'll play along. I have a Christmas story. We were kind of sad because we were out of boot camp and we were away it was the first time away from our hometowns for Christmas and all that. So I developed a tradition with me and the guys we were all young, single nitwits in the military, fresh out of boot camp. We had a contest, and what we would do at Christmas time was on the weekends, we would all gather up in one of the dormitory rooms, and we'd drink get our bellies full of beer. And then we'd say, ready, set, go, and everybody would take off, and we'd get in our cars and we'd head into town, those of us who had cars. And the object was to be the first guy who could make it back to the dormitory with a fully decorated Christmas tree. So the idea was, or ornaments. We ended up expanding the rules. But what we were doing was we too were driving around town. You see somebody had a decorated Christmas tree on their front porch. And if you could make it up to the porch and steal that son of a bitch, put it in your car and make it back to the dormitory, you were the winner. So yeah, we did dumb shit. The same, I mean, were we out committing murder and, rape? And no, but we were doing dumb shit that dumb boys are known to do. So I'm all with you when it comes down to the Christmas tree fuckery. I understand where you're coming from on that. Fire Mac said he got home once and realized the restaurant forgot to charge him for the sweet tea. He said he too led somewhat of a pirate life. Yep, you're a bona fide badass. You're a regular outlaw, Papa Mac. You didn't pay for that sweet tea. That definitely counts as pirate activity. Louie Frog said he had a friend in school that cut down the spruce in front of his teacher's house and took it home to decorate it. Oh, that's funny. That's funny shit. Papa Mac said he was overwhelmed with guilt and he went back a week later. I believe every bit of that, Papa Mac. I don't doubt you one bit that you were so guilt-ridden about that iced tea that you went back and paid for it. I'm certain of it. Oh, he tricked me. He says not a true story. Okay, you got me. All right. Malcolm dead in the Gwadir, man. Tell him if you want to be on my jury, you got to answer some questions first. Malcolm dead with the Gwadir training, man. Ooh, I like the name Break Nation Cadillac. I love those kind of names. That's good stuff. Yeah, those little Cavaliers, they were little cheap pieces of shit. They're like the Ford Escort, Kia Sophia. I think you could buy one of those Cavaliers for like $100 and a carton of cigarettes. They didn't charge much. I like that Break Nation Sports. Yeah, the meme crowd isn't the one out right now trying to push bonds. Exactly. Mrs. Pirate got her settlement check yesterday from the Mercedes. They finally, just the car, had nothing to do with the medical shit and all that, but the insurance, they fucked me pretty good. But it doesn't matter. You fight, you get all you can get, and eventually you just got to take what it is. But she got the check yesterday. I tried to talk her out of it. I said, won't you put that into my account? Snag a few of these sweet AMC shares at $3.80. She wouldn't hold still for it, though. I tried, though, man. I'm like, mailman had to have somebody sign for it. That's the only reason I knew it came. I said, hey, I signed for your FedEx. What you got there? She's like, insurance check for the car. Any chances you'd let me play with that for a little while? She's like, absolutely not. Okay, well, I had to ask. He said his wife and him bought their first house, and within week one, their car got egged. He laughed and told his wife that he had that one coming. See, that's how I feel too, Maze, you and BNS. I'm the same way. Like, I understand the karma debt, so. My son, when he rear-ended me with his little convertible, hit the back of my old truck and destroyed it. I was fucking furious, but hell, he drove that car all the way through high school and through college. Never had so much as a fender bender. I destroyed my fucking dad's work car within probably the first 30 days of getting my driver's license. I rolled that son of a bitch several times. I mean, he actually gave the car to the tow truck operator in lieu of the tow fee. Guys like, so I knew, like, how can I be mad at my son? He didn't do anything even nearly as stupid as I did, so. AMC making a new intraday low at $3.59. Oh, I take that back. It hit $3.58 earlier, so it's within a penny. Intraday low. My bad. Asian Bluetooth said, I did my fair of dumb shit. I look back and feel terrible about it. That's what growing up will do to me. Yep. That's it, mate. That's when you know you've matured, is when you get that sense of regret. It finally settles into your soul that what you did was wrong, and it's too late to do anything about it. All you can try to do is share your experiences from others, hope they can learn from it and move forward. All the major indices have turned red. NASDAQ, Dow, S&P 500. A lot of them are all red. VIX is at 16.18 and rising. Bitcoin's at 99,444.
Hello.
Preacher.
Thanks for holding down the fort, Pirate.
And you know I love the sound of my own voice.
And that's a good thing for us.
I'm a legend in my own mind. You just ask me, I'll tell you how great I am.
Yeah, looks like we're doing decent comparing to the market. So AMC up 2.14%, with Nvidia down 1.6%, Tesla down 4.08%, Apple down 3.73%, Google down 0.98%. So even GME is down 0.81%. So in a market of red, we're okay.
Yeah, Tesla's down 4.11%. Having a bad day. Nvidia down 1.6. True Social DJT up 1.6.
Just as we said that they're pushing AMC down. They don't like us to be looking too good. Comparison to the market.
I don't know, preacher. I might have cost you. You had 34 viewers at one time. You're down to 21 now. I think I told 2 brief stories, and I think I cost you 1/3 of your viewers.
Oh no. Anywho,
You can deduct it from my pay.
yeah. We'll do that. What's it called? I always forget their name. The
Commission
super
against the
chats.
draw.
Yeah, the
Pay me-
super chats
pay
are
me a
gonna be
commission
growing.
against the draw. Yeah.
It's gonna be a limited amount for today. No, I believe there's usually a higher inflow towards the beginning and the end of the day. In the beginning, I'm assuming people are still maybe not at work or just starting, having their coffee and still listening in. But then, especially if they're doing some office jobs, I'm assuming meetings and such, doesn't afford them to continue. So, do we have any news, anything else going on?
Preacher was sharing, or excuse me, Papa Mac was sharing an article that he stumbled across, written by, I guess, Charles Schwab, shitting all over meme crowd. Same old stuff. Something essentially that said meme crowd hasn't learned their lessons from their prior major losses, implying that we all got skinned and we're doing it again.
Mm-hmm.
They never make allowances for the fact that the game's not over. Pisses me off when I see Schwab make an article like that, because it makes me want to call him up and say, listen, I'm one of your clients and I have a substantial amount of money with you and you're shitting on my investment. So you need to knock that kind of shit off or I'm taking my money out of your fucking bank.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's not in their interest, but like they might be the ones who get completely demolished by any type of
They
movement.
might be. Yep. They could very well be exposed to all of this. All I know is the bitch better have my money.
Oh yeah.
I already know the lawyer I'd call. I have attorneys that I've used for different things, real estate and specialties, but one guy here in Pensacola, he's not, I've never had any work with him, but I know who he is very well. He was one of the main guys who got in on the tobacco settlement. You remember when they fucking went balls deep and Philip Morris and all of them for hiding the cancer and all that shit? He was in that whole bunch. I think I heard somewhere that he'd made somewhere between $300 and $500 million was his particular take. But he's a big swinging dick in Pensacola. He's the kind of guy you really want to go after somebody. He's that dude. And there's nothing more than he'd like than to take a big old bite out of Charles Schwab's ass or TD Ameritrade or any of this fucker.
That's good to know. I mean, it's good to know someone like that. get the job done.
Yeah, there's a couple of them. The guy's name's Fred Levin. If you ever get a chance to read up on him, he's pretty interesting shit. Yeah, he ripped those tobacco companies a brand new double wide asshole. Made history.
It's surprising though. That going up against the big industry like that and coming out winning.
Yep. He's not alone. There's another firm called Morgan and Morgan. I think they're two brothers, but they're based out of Pensacola. I think they're one of the top winning law firms in the world as far as liability suit. His thing was medical malpractice. I think his brother got fucked up. Hospital. I think I don't know all the details. I don't know a whole lot about it. But he's quite famous in these parts for taking on big, powerful organizations. They don't take the cases, they're like any lawyer. They understand that there's no point in them putting resources and time into it because the only way they get paid is if they win. So they want to make relatively sure that they're gonna, if they take it all the way to court, that they'll come out on top. Otherwise, they lose. It's their time is invested in it, not the plaintiff. But yeah, Morgan and Morgan is he's always, I guess you can call him an ambulance chaser kind of guy, for lack of a better term. But he's well known in these parts for going after big insurance, hospitals, things like that. But I don't think he has the gravitas that Fred Levin has. Fred Levin, I think he's the king poobah around these parts. Grand poobah. They said in Fred Flintstone. I'm going to be 59 years old, and I've never sued anybody in my life, either personal life or in business. But I'm getting ready to fucking pop my cherry. This accident that Mrs. Pirate was in, they really tried to shit on her. They fucked me up the ass on my car, but I'm getting ready to fucking wage war on them with the injury portion of it. So I'm getting ready to find out. We'll find out whether the system works or not. One of the biggest problems we had was our insurance and the motherfucker that slammed into Sandy is the same company. It's State Farm. So you're already kind of fucked up because it's all in-house. It probably wouldn't be where I'm at today if they had Geico or fucking any number of fucking other insurance companies, where I felt relatively certain State Farm would have stepped up and done the right thing. But because this is State Farm against State Farm, they started, I sniffed out the bullshit right off the bat. So I had hoped that I was going to sail off into my golden years and never have to fucking be bothered with a lawyer, but wasn't the case. Find out. 1 o'clock, Florida Pirate time.
Back again.
AMC is at $3.61. A little over 2.7% in the green, while GameStop finds itself at $27.79. A little over 0.5% in the red. 2 hours left on the game clock.
Okay, I need to check, like to stay close to the phone. My in-laws might have some issues with the water heating, so might need to go and help give them a hand to figure out what's going on.
Electric or gas, preacher?
Electric.
Yeah, electric's easier to work on than gas.
Yeah.
Most hot water heaters, the electric, have 2 thermocouple probes in them. A little thing that gets electrified and heats up the water. And what a lot of people don't know is that can work for years with one of those being. It's usually your first indication is if the hot water heater doesn't recover very fast, or if it runs out a little quicker than normal. Because once it makes, say, 30 gallons, it'll make 30 gallons of hot water, but once you take a shower and use it up, it takes it a lot longer to reheat if one of those probes is bad. And what they usually do is corrode. If they corrode all the way through, they lose continuity. They just work like a wire in a toaster heater. They just heat up and get hot, but once they rot in half, the electric doesn't pass through them. I tell people all the time, if you don't do anything else, just pull those 2 probes out and replace them every 5 or 6 years. They're not that expensive.
Yeah, so might give that a shot.
Where they sell the probes, Home Depot and Lowe's, which I don't know about over there, but in the hardware stores where they sell the probes themselves, they make different sizes, obviously. So best to take one of the old ones out to see what size you need as far as the length. But they usually sell the tool to remove it, and it's just a socket. So, but I tell people all the time, you got to be careful buying those cheap sockets, because sometimes you put them on there and the socket stretches, and it because it's just a cheap, little press tool. If you buy a proper socket from like an automobile repair place, put a breaker bar on it, you stand a better chance of getting it out without issues, especially if they've been in a long time and they've been corroded. And as always, you got to remember to shut the electric off before you drain it. A lot of people, they forget, man, they drain that hot water heater. They put the brand new probes in them and they get excited, man, and they turn the electric back on. And if there's no water in there to suck that heat off of those probes, they melt.
And just fry them, yeah.
Instantly, it fries them. So it's really critical to fill it up with cold water before you turn your electric back on. I've seen a lot of people fuck that part of the process up. It'll drain faster too if you hook a garden hose to the bottom of it, stretch it out of the garage or what have you. If you go in the house and turn the hot water on, so that it keeps the vacuum from building up, or open up the pressure valve on top of it. Of course, you got to turn your water off because once you start draining it, it's going to try to refill. But it goes without saying, the first thing you do, it's just like when you turn the electric off, is shut the water off to it. Most hot water heaters have a valve right on top of them. You can keep it from trying to refill itself while you're working. Yep, you're at a big advantage if it's electric. You got about a 95% chance of fixing it yourself. Gas gets a little bit funkier. I was trying to help Real Rugged out. The gas ones have like safety sensors. That's got an electronic valve that opens the gas up to let obviously the dangerous combustible gas, whether it's liquid propane or natural gas, they got a sensor, and then the pilot light's not on, then it won't allow gas to go through. And if you have a high limit and a low limit switch, and you don't have a lot of that shit on the electric ones, a lot harder to troubleshoot the gas ones than it is the electric. I did have one in one of our rental units that took a shit, and the probes were good in it, which I had them out, so I went ahead and put new ones in it anyhow. Like, fuck it, I'm gonna take the time to take the old ones out. If they even look remotely bad, I'm putting new ones in. But that didn't fix it. But it turns out that, you know, the front of those water heaters, they got the little access panel you take off of it, and it's got a little tiny. It's not real. I wouldn't call it a computer board. It's like, I guess, solid state or something. But that's the one that actually has turns the electric on and off, as it's called for. And some of those have they got a little adjustment on there where you can turn the temperature up to make it, if you want your water a little hotter or what have you. And it has a safety kick out switch on it. And I did have one of those go bad, but it was only 2 wires, 2 Phillips screws to swap it out, and they sold it right there on the shelf next to the probes. But that was a rare event.
Yep. By the way, I see there's a tweet from AA saying we're at it again with another completely free offer to the more than 1 million US members of AMC Investor Connect. A free orange lava burst IC. Yours can be redeemed in our theaters through end March. It's free to join AMC Investor Connect. Go to amctheaters.com/stockholders. So you can get yourselves a free IC for just being a member of Investor Connect. So next time you go for a movie, Nice. And then there were two. Have my son with me right now. He's giving some snacks to the dog. So. moving slowly upwards. We're 2 cents away from the high of the day of 364. GME currently 27.95. Both of them slow move upwards. Yeah, dude, it's nice to see you back in here.
Yeah, Richard.
How's your day been so far?
Better than yuckas, I bet. I've made 5 cold calls today.
Nice. But like, for work, for looking for customers, or?
Yeah. Customer prospecting.
Nice.
It's a new year.
What are you offering?
Beef, pork, steak, seafood, produce, dairy, dry goods, specialty
Nice.
stuff. We have a processing company, so we cut raw veggies and fruits into SpongeBob shapes or whatever you want.
Nice. So it's mostly ingredients, right? Like they need to be cooked. It's not ready meals, right?
We do quite a bit of ready-to-eat stuff. The processing company that we created, we do lots of like grab-and-go things for convenience stores, things like that. We, cut fruit in the cup, kind of sort of thing. But then we have just about every ingredient that you could need to run a food service operation, country club, hospital, hotel, whatever.
Nice.
Food service environment.
And you're just processing, right? You're not like selling door to door or anything like that, right?
Well, I mean, we have 40 distribution trucks, so we have trucks that deliver all over 4 states with this product. So it's mostly food service distribution is what we are.
Yeah.
Schools, I manage most of the public schools in Oklahoma that we service.
I don't know, maybe you already have this, or maybe it's completely out of your scope, like you don't want to get into this, but one thing that I noticed here, and it's with most corporations, and it's actually everything, like private, I've seen the guys even go into private medicine cabinets, like there's these, you can have medical coverage by your company as a private, at the private offices. There's these guys that come every morning with like just these, boxes that keep things cool, with sandwiches, ready meals, like everything, fresh. Of course, like the fruit boxes, stuff like that. It's insane how much they sell with those things. So if you would have
I have a program that I help some people out with. They do distribution, so like we'll sell a lot of product to a company who will package things and then go pre-sell that. Some insurance company, some building where there's 300 or 400 people, and then on Friday, sorry about the noise. On Friday or whatever day they're going to do it, they'll have that product ready for the staff whenever they leave to go home for the day. And so it's we do that, and I work with quite a few home delivery programs where we sell boxes of steaks. They break up the steaks, and because we sell whole primals. And as well, any sort of cut steak that you can fathom.
Nice. Yeah, so
pork as well.
Sounds like you're really on top of it.
This is my 33rd year, I think, for the company. So,
wow, nice.
Yeah.
So do you also work with restaurants and the like, or more with institutions?
Currently more institutions for me, but I was our national sales director for about 15 or 20 years of my tenure, and so I managed all of the national chain restaurants.
Nice. Damn.
I can name them all off, but you've already heard of them.
So yeah, Yaka could take a lesson or two from you, huh?
It's part of what we do, walking in and, darkening the doorstep.
Well, you know the saying, if you never ask, the answer is always no. So
that's right.
Never have too many customers.
Yep.
Never.
After Moas, we should open ourselves like a chain of restaurants, and you get some popcorn and a banana free with every meal.
Okay. We sell bananas too, and if I could wish something off of the planet, that would be the first thing. Those things are a pain in the ass.
Why? Is it like the storage or the what's difficult about bananas?
Well, bananas don't know if it's Tuesday or if it's Friday or what day that people want to eat them.
Yeah.
They're good for about, well, the perception here in the States, unfortunately, is that if it's all yellow or has any speckles on it at all, it's bad. And so you have a time window of about 9 hours. Banana is the primo stage that it needs to be for somebody to want to pick it up and buy it.
That's crazy.
So it's real narrow margin. Let me back that up. It's not 9 hours. It's a day anyway. But it's a real narrow window of opportunity to have a successful story there. And so we have ripening rooms, and we do all that internally. But bananas are an interesting animal altogether. First of all, we've bred the seeds out of them. So the only way that we can actually have bananas is just allow the plants to propagate themselves. And so about 70 years ago, the variety of banana that we sold commercially was called the Gros Michel. And about 70 years ago, we had a dry powdery mold issue. The problem with breeding the seeds out of something and having to propagate the plant is that if a mold or a mildew is effective on a plant, every plant beside it is genetically identical, and so it crashes the entire population. So about 70 years ago, we switched from the Gros Michel to the Cavendish because of just they had a white powdery mold issue, and I think that's what it was. And it just decimated the crops. So they elected to find a variety of banana that would hold up against said mildew mold issue, and now we have the Cavendish, which is not nearly as good a banana. Worthless information for most people there, but
very interesting.
Kind of interesting.
Yeah, the thing is, I see this here in the shops as well. I mean, I know bananas have different properties, like depending on the ripening stage. You know, like more sugar or what is it? The magnesium, the potassium stuff in them. But
yeah,
still, they're all like good for different things at different stages of their lives. But
yeah, it's a wonderful fruit. It really is. I like them, but as far as from a sales perspective,
yeah.
Those and avocados can be sort of dangerous when you're talking about buying straight loads and all of them being ready at the same time. You know.
Phone call number 6. I'll be right back.
Right on.
They had a bill primarily to deport illegal immigrants who were rapists or violent offenders, and 145 Democrats voted against it. I don't understand how they can justify that shit. To say, we're going to pass a law that kicks out, they're illegal immigrants to begin with, but not just that. They're either a rapist or a murderer. You got people like Cori Bush, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar, Nancy Pelosi, all the usual ones, Adam Schiff, who voted against it. And I just want somebody to stick a camera in front of their face and say, why? Why is it so important for you to protect people who aren't even supposed to be here, and then on top of that, they're a violent criminal? I get it. We can't kick out a citizen for being a violent criminal. The best we can do is put him in prison. But can a country get rid of people who aren't supposed to be here if they're bad eggs? I just don't fucking understand.
I don't know, Pirate. I think it's about making sure they have a healthy divide between people, so that they can use it against them. Oh my God, what's that candle on AMC? Look at that volume.
Whoa, look at the volume too. The hell is that all about?
416,000 on that 5-minute candle.
Hubba hubba.
That's a big. And that jump to that candle had a low of 3.6 and a high of 364.7. Almost 5 cents a candle. I mean, we are 5 minutes away from power hour, but yeah, that was a nice one to see.
1 hour to go.
Oh. Power hour. Let's see what it's got for us in the chamber. Looks like HYMC had quite a bump as well. Maybe that's what drove a bit the AMC price. Yes, thanks Papa Mac for mentioning. So Bitcoin at $100,400 ish. It's moving a lot. Currently slow, going down a bit. Yeah, looks like XRP had it's like 12% up, currently at 330. Might be that the closer we get to Gensler moving out of his position from SEC, the higher XRP might go. Yeah, actually, just checking a bit, XRP looks like we had an all-time high today at 340. So the highest it's been before, it was 290, and now we went to 340. So yeah, anyone who's heavily invested in XRP must be really happy right now. Hello, Censored. What you got for us today?
Oh, not much. I just heard you talking about XRP. That's my backup plan because one of my kids is heavily invested in that.
Nice, nice.
Yeah, I think today's 8% move would probably he probably is probably up about 50 grand.
Oh, that's nice. That's really nice.
Yeah, he bought originally into it with about $20,000 when it was about 29 cents. And then he put another 20 grand into it below 50 cents. So
that's really good. That can be life-changing money if he's playing his cards right.
yeah, he won't even tell me how much he has anymore. Those are the two big amounts I know he put in.
Mm-hmm. Thing is, I mean, if he went that deep into it, I know that's that means he trusts it quite a lot. I would take at least some money out if I were him, but yeah, like I have a small amount, so for me it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, no, he's deeply down that rabbit hole.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
he knows absolutely everything about XRP.
Mm-hmm.
And it could be bigger than Bitcoin at some point, according to him.
Yeah, maybe. Like it might be functionality wise, right? Because what XRP is trying to do, apart from just giving, as Bitcoin is about giving.
It's functional.
Exactly, it's functional.
Really. That's all. We'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
Too hard to explain to anybody. It doesn't have about
in
18 hours.
In simple terms, and I think it can be, it's pretty simple to explain this. It's basically what Visa and MasterCard are doing, their SWIFT system. If anybody knows about banks, they use the SWIFT system. So it's basically SWIFT, but it's faster and cheaper. So
yeah, and basically all the banks are probably going to switch to it. And there won't be a SWIFT system in the future.
Might be. I mean, it depends. That's the thing. Like you had, when the industrial era began, right? You had hemp that could have been used, like had so many uses, right? And they just made it illegal just so that the copper and the cotton industry and all the industries that it could have replaced were threatened. So they just blocked it off. So. And well, we saw that they tried with crypto, but yeah, I'm just hoping it's at this point it's too big to be stopped.
Yeah, I just have absolutely no idea how much he actually has now, because he puts money in it every paycheck as well.
Mm-hmm. And that's kind of me with AMC, but yeah, we're not talking nowhere near the same amounts.
Every day, Bacon. Whether it's Preacher, myself, Papa Mac, Grayleaf. Excuse me. Somebody always dream. We haven't missed a day in 4 years. Save for maybe Christmas, I think. Christmas Day, yeah. Well, we move around a lot, ways it makes it harder for the assholes to find us. Those content providers, they're always engaged in trying to build ever bigger audience and numbers. We're the opposite of that. We try to shake people off our trail, try to lose people.
Yeah, keep it small and nimble.
Right. Yeah. We're like Same crowd bacon. It's the same load. It's the same busload of miscreants, malcontents, misanthropes, troublemakers, outlaws, wannabe womanizers. It's the same group.
Every damn day.
Was half the man I used to be. I'd be out under the hood of my dually taking the alternator off of it right now, but I just can't pull myself away from these charts.
Barcoding is just riveting, isn't it?
Yeah, my oldest son said he wanted to do it for the learning experience, but he talks a good game, but he never seems to climb under the hood. To send me to rehab, and I said no, no, no.
Yeah, looks like AMC gave it away. So AMC gave back the 5 cents. Now it's back to 360.
Yep.
GME slightly down as well, 27.73. Bitcoin still at 100.4k. DJT at 42.51, so it's up 4%. But it looks like HYMC is keeping on to that increase, so it's still up 3.3%.
The rubber seal that surrounds my windshield on my truck has shrunk to the extent that it's exposed a little gap now between the glass and the metal. It just so happens that's right where water runs down when we have heavy rains. Couldn't help but notice the other day I had some water on my floor mats. Unfortunately, it runs down that pillar post alongside that windshield, and right beneath that is my entire fuse box. Wetting everything. Every time it rains, my fuse box gets wet. Dries back out. So apparently I'm going to have to do some caulking or something. Thought I had identified a little corrosion on top behind my truck has those running lights on them. Right behind some of those lights, I had failed to clean up some chicken shit back in the farm days, and that chicken shit's real hot. It's full, very acidic, and it rusted through. It rusted a hole completely through it. I thought that that's how the rainwater was getting in, but I got that one closed up. Apparently, it wasn't that one.
Yeah, but even like normal bird poop, doesn't even have to be chicken. Like if you don't try to clean it up,
Yep.
like quite fast, it will corrode through the paint.
It's
Not
pretty
like
hot.
eat.
Very hot.
Yeah. That's the thing. If you leave it there for a few days, even after you clean it, the lacquer on top of the paint, it's gonna be like faded. You're gonna see it until you like compound it and polish it. I don't think you can recover it.
I hooked a tractor to our chicken coop, moved it so we can install a volleyball pit for the paintball business. And all those hens, there was like 30 or 40 of them, they couldn't grasp the concept that the chicken coop had been moved. It's so imprinted on that.
Mm-hmm.
Despite the fact that they could see it. I didn't move it, but about 200 feet. They could still see it. I even picked them up and carried them over there, baited them with food, locked them in it for a night or two, but every day I'd let them out. When evening would come, they would go back to the old place, which there was nothing there for them to roost on. The closest thing that was tall was my truck. Those motherfuckers took to roosting on my truck, and before I could figure out what to do with it, they had shit all over my truck, and I cleaned it all off, but for whatever reason, I missed some on the very, very top, and it wreaked havoc with that cab.
Yeah. Not fun.
I got pissed off. I loaded a pump shotgun. My uncle drove around on a golf cart. He drove while I shot. I killed every one of those fucking chickens in one. That was the end of it. I got tired of fucking with them. They shitting on the porches, shitting on the fucking trucks, the cars, the tractors. Couldn't move the chicken coop back. That wasn't an option. I just fucking lost my patience and said, well, I'll put a stop to this. It was the Great Chicken Massacre. Coyotes ate good that week. Carried all those fuckers down into the woods and dumped them into the fucking ravine.
Nice. They had a feast. Huh?
Yep. Problem X says a related story. My boys were potty trained in 6 months. The only way you can do it is start over with new pullets. Either go to Tractor Supply and buy a couple baskets full. We had incubators and get eggs. I could have accumulated eggs. I think I could hatch 36 eggs at a time. Only takes like 21 days to hatch a set, but you hatch a whole bunch of them. You put little itty bitty ones we used to keep them in a old rusted out water tank with a heat lamp in it, water and feed until they got big enough to move around, but we kept them in that chicken coop. And once you let them out of that water tank, let them run in that chicken coop, you leave the door open on it because that's all they've ever known. At nighttime, they'll go right back to it. So if I had desired, I would have had to start all over, but at that point in time, we were already getting close to leaving the farm behind. Just another mess that I had to clean up. It's funny, man. Them fucking animals are smart, though. That grass was tall. Once they realized I was killing them, they started hiding from me. They were running. I can remember one, a little old black one. He was in that tall grass. He'd stick his head up, look all around, try to get a fix on me. Then he'd drop back down in that grass and he'd scurry along. He was a challenge to get. We had some people that rented a house on the farm. We didn't need. They actually kind of became like almost family to us over the years. But the old woman there, we called her Nana, much like our Nana here. The old lady, her daughter, her son-in-law, and then her granddaughter, they all lived in a rental house there on the farm. They got a big kick out of it. There were no strangers to shooting because I was constantly at war with the groundhogs, other things. So hearing a gun go off wasn't particularly strange. But to hear that much shooting in that brief period of time, they knew that something was up. Dude, he was really cool. He ended up driving a truck for Swift. He went to school and learned how to drive a tractor trailer. His profession was hanging vinyl siding, trim, and installing windows. But when the housing crisis hit, all that dried up. He went to school, got a CDL, and he went on the road driving for Swift. And they would let him. Obviously, he could bring his truck home. My driveway was big enough to swallow 18-wheelers and turn them around, and I didn't care. But he'd come in. He's like, "What's going on?" Nana said, "Ronnie's at war with the chickens." He just laughed. Yep. My kids remember it well. The family, they called it the Great Chicken Massacre. We let them free range all those years. We never did keep them penned up. They'd be all over that farm. I'd close a gate. Sometimes we'd leave a gate open and it'd stay open, for a bigger part of the spring or something. And because of that, the grass between the fence post and the open gate would get tall. It just didn't lend itself to mowing when I was mowing once a week. You eventually go to close that gate. You get off the tractor or whatever, four-wheeler, go over and close the gate. And sure enough, there'd be a nest in that tall grass. There'd be 15 or 18 eggs in it. We find eggs everywhere, man. Kept my tractors in the barn. Even though one barn was kind of raggedy, but it worked good to keep the sun and rain off tractors. And I'd go down there and get the smaller tractor, and I'd climb up on it one time, and there was a goddamn hen's egg laying on the seat. She literally laid her egg right on the driver's seat. I'd find them eggs everywhere. A rooster, we never did name him. He was just a rooster, but he was probably one of the most beautiful animals I'd ever seen. His colors would rival any sort of macaw, parrot, or exotic bird from around the world. Truly magnificent to look at. Called golden lace Wyandottes. Feathers on his body were like a brown copperish color. Tips on them, were obviously golden lace. They would have like a golden to them. But then he was just loaded with like real deep purples, reds. Of course, his comb was red. I got a picture of him somewhere, but had a lot of yellow and gold on his body, and then the tail was like a really vibrant green, and then 4 or 5 different shades of it. Man, he sure looked impressive. He was the meanest son of a bitch you couldn't turn your back on him. He was a sucker puncher. If you made eye contact with him, you could hold him off. But if you turned your back on him, he'd sucker punch you. He'd run up and try to spur you. Some bitch stuck his spurs in the back of my thigh one time. Back of my calf.
Damn.
It was like somebody stuck a fucking pocket knife in. Sandy got there to collect those eggs, and Jesse was really little. He was only 3 or 4 years old at the time. And when she'd go in that hen house, that was Jesse's job. He was on rooster patrol. Those hens would get to fussing a little bit, and that rooster, he'd come hauling ass. Jesse he was armed with a broom. She'd give him a broom, a regular old house broom. And that was his job, was to joust that rooster while Sandy went about getting those hens.
So Pyro, you were saying you killed them all off at one point?
Yeah, it was in our family. It was called the Great Chicken Massacre. It all happened in about 3 hours.
Did you eat them all?
Fuck no, I didn't have time for that. I didn't have time to be plucking chicken, freezing them, and all that shit. Gather them all up. I had one of those Kubota 4-wheelers, a little diesel, like a little miniature diesel dump truck. I loaded them all in that fucking thing and carried them down into the woods. We had about 10 acres of hardwoods and tossed them in a ravine.
You bastard.
Man, I couldn't even give cattle away. I'd have a cow slip and fall in the ice and break her leg or shoulder, and I'd have to put her down. In the first 2 or 3 years, I'd call people, friends and family who were always known to run their mouth about free beef. I'd say, listen, I got 1,000 pounds of registered Angus beef. She's alive right now, breathing, no disease, no chemical, ready to go. I said, I'm getting ready to do the thing. I said, you come, we'll fucking gut her, hang her in the barn, skin her, cut her up and freeze her, and you can take all of it with you. I don't even want so much as a pound of it. And nobody ever took me up on it. They're all willing, if you want to bring me some of it, I'll take it. It was always the fucking same. I'd walk out there with my excavator. I'd walk out there with my fucking Caterpillar excavator. I'd dig a fucking hole big enough to bury a Volkswagen in. I'd shoot that bitch in the head, and I'd use the track hoe to push her in the hole and cover it up. I buried probably no less than 10 cows in 10 years. People just didn't have no desire to do the fucking work. They'd be more than happy to take a cooler with 500 or 600 pounds of beef in it. Nobody wanted to fucking get dirty. Always the same.
Yeah, I've helped slaughter cow, pigs, chickens. Like the chickens was the first one. I was like handed a chicken, and then a knife is like actually not a knife, like a small axe. It's like go chop off his head. We need this for dinner, and that was it. No questions. Do you want to? Do you think you can or something? Yeah, it sucks.
Closest we ever came was people we would sell beef. Like I had cousins and aunts and uncles would come out, and if we were going to haul a load to the slaughterhouse, I'd sell them a yearling steer, about 1,000 pounds, $1,000, and they'd take him, and then they'd pay the butcher to dispatch it and butcher it all up, and then they'd drop off their coolers. When they'd go, they'd pick up their cooler full of meat. They'd already paid me for the cow, or half a cow if they went halvesies. And we did that from time to time, and to be honest with you, that was kind of a little bit of a pain in the ass. Wasn't even hardly worth it. Nope, you couldn't even give it away.
Yeah, some people just don't want to work. I remember this friend of mine, we would just bike over to his grandparents. It was about 40 miles away from where we lived. We would just bike there, go fishing for a few hours and bike back. His grandpa was telling us that they had 2 cows. They would take them somewhere far away to like a grassy area just for them to eat for the day. And they were getting old, so they were trying to find some neighbor or someone who would just go there and milk them and just keep the milk, which at the time it was pretty big. Like there were families in the area that just didn't have much to eat and stuff like that. So free milk would be, you would think that they would
make butter, cheese,
But no, they didn't want it. It's like, yeah, if you want to give me milk, I'll take it, but like to go and milk it. Like, no, sit the fuck around your front gate the whole day and look at people crossing by on the street, but no, don't go and work a bit to get some food.
And a guy married into the family. He married one of my uncle's daughters, and he became kind of a friend. He's a pretty good dude, but he's kind of a city boy. But he always was amazed that we heated with firewood, and he's always talking that shit about it. I sure like to have some of that firewood. I said, well, man, look, I got an abundance of it. I got a log splitter, chainsaws, 4-wheelers, tractors. Bring your pickup truck out here on Saturday, and you and I will go down there. We'll make a day out of it. And when I send you home, you won't be able to put another piece of firewood on your truck, full size. He's like, done deal. I'm all about it. All right, cool, man. He said, I'll bring the beer. I said, right on. He came. He stayed. By the end of the day, he looked at me. He said, I will never do this again. He said, I don't give a fuck if I got to pay $500 for a load of firewood. I will never do this shit again.
Yeah.
I said, well, what are you talking about, man? I said, firewood warms you up twice. It warms you once, because we were working in the wintertime. I said, it works you while you're warm while you're working on it, and it's warm while you're burning it. He's like, fuck it. And he had a real fancy house in town with an in-ground swimming pool, but he had an outdoor fireplace. Real cool, beautiful outdoor fireplace. He just wanted some wood for his outdoor fire.
Yeah.
I said, you coming back next weekend? We'll get some more. He's like, you'll never see me again. I'll never fucking do that. I said, all right.
Yeah, no, it's I've done the same with my dad. Like he would take me since I was 12. We would go, like, start at 6 a.m. like chopping down trees, cutting off branches, and like trees. I think I mentioned, like, I couldn't. I know I was only 12, 13, 14, but I could never like hug them. The trees, they were pretty thick.
Yeah.
We would cut them to like 3-meter size, like length. I don't know how much that's in feet, but. I would say like 9 feet maybe in length, and he would put, just put one of those on my back, and I would carry it all the way home, like with all of them, not just one, but one at a time. I would carry it, it was quite a bit of a distance, and then, sew it by hand, because we didn't have a chainsaw, so we had this like two-person saw, one on each side, so we just sawed that, and then after everything was sawed, I would have to chop it, and I was the only one chopping wood. Like, so yeah, this was usually ending around midnight or later, and yeah, I was in a tank top at like minus 30 degrees, and the steam coming out of me, you'd think I was a furnace.
Work hard enough, you'll generate it.
Oh yeah, I was a fucking furnace, like you know. The heat coming off of my head, oh my god. But yeah, the 1 year I had pneumonia, so I couldn't go with him, and he took a guy like 25, 26-year-old from the village, right? Like, so a guy that works his whole life, right? He's there. They're always doing what they need to do to survive, basically. So he did an 8-hour job, and after 8 hours, they were sitting having a drink, eating, and the guy told him, look, I've helped you, but never call me again for this. I'm not doing this again. And like I was doing 12-hour days at 12, 13-year-old, and this guy was like double my age, used to working, and he didn't manage. And like my dad was even telling me that he took it easy on the guy. So
Couple Mac talk about square bales. We used to hire kids from the University of Cincinnati, always friends, family. They'd always have somebody in college. They'd call me up, hey, my kid's home for the summer. You need any summer help? He needs some money. I said, yeah, send them out. We had them where they would go, we'd stop for lunch and they'd leave and never come back. First day of bailing.
Yeah.
Fucking go to lunch and never come back. The most of them would have they didn't have the nerve to quit at lunch. They would stay through the day on a Saturday, but on Sunday they wouldn't come back. Never see them. Their friends would collect their pay for them for the one day.
Yeah.
And I used to put 3 guys on a hay wagon. Driver, usually I would run the tractor and a hay baler because he took a little skill. But I had 3 guys on a fucking hay wagon, and I'd say, listen, there's going to be a bale of hay come up this. They weigh 50 pounds. I made 50-pound bales. I said, there's going to be a bale of hay come up this chute. They didn't even have to pick them off the ground. And my tractor went up the chute onto the wagon. We pulled the wagon behind the baler, behind the tractor, so it was like a steam engine. And I said, there's 3 of you guys. You're responsible for every 3rd bale. Simple math, guys. Get in line. When your 2 friends are working, you rest. But when the 3rd bale comes, every 3rd bale belongs to you. God damn. They'd cry and whine, piss and fucking moan. And I'd let my wife drive the tractor, hold our baby on her lap. I would fucking stack bales, or vice versa. I drove the tractor, and Mrs. Pirate I held Logan, our baby, on my lap, and my oldest, the one who's a pilot, would ride on the tractor, quote unquote helping. He was too little to do anything, just in Sandy's way. And my wife would stack those square bales, and we'd put 300 on a wagon.
Yeah.
Then drive them back to the barn, and my barn had a 2nd-story hay mile in it. We had a conveyor that went from the ground up. So you pulled the trailer up to it, you turned an electric motor on, and then you take those square bales and set them from the trailer onto the conveyor, and it would go up to the 2nd story through a window. And then I'd put 3 guys in the hayloft to catch them as they come through that window and stack them all over in the inside of that hayloft. And that was one day, bailing them out of the field, and then we try to put them in the barn the same night. If we thought rain was coming, we'd have to tarp it. But man, you couldn't get nobody to stay. And we paid them good. I fed them. I mean, I stuffed them full of food and drinks and paid them good money and all that cash, but wasn't nothing to fucking do with it. And I was okay. I was like, that's fine. I didn't fuck around with a lot of square bales because it was too much fucking trouble. Then they got machines that do it now. They got a machine that will literally pick up square bales off the ground and put them on a trailer for you, so you don't have to fuck around with young nitwits anymore. But I made between 1,000 and 1,500 square bales. I would sell those for $5 a piece, what we called the horse fuckers. We would sell those to the horse people for cash, and that paid us for the fuel, filled my fuel tank, and it paid me for the net wrap for my cattle. And then we made 1,000 pound round bales, the big bales for the cattle, because my cows could eat a bale a day, a big round. And so I would spend most of my time making anywhere from 500, 800 round bales. And we would sell some of those. I got $50 for a round bale. But, they talk a good game. You ain't work, man. I'm off school, college for the summer. I'm like, yeah, come out every day. I worked 8 hours a day, and at that time I was paying $15 an hour cash. One day, most they do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, Johnson B Street said the old balers that have that tire a marble. Yeah, the knotting mechanism on that is nothing short of amazing. I bought some old equipment that had been taken care of, but I had to learn how to maintain it and adjust all of it because it all had to work exactly right. But imagine designing a machine that would wrap a string around a 50-pound bundle of tightly packed grass and then tie it in a knot and then cut the string. Pretty cool shit. I really enjoyed baling hay. Wait, little girl.
Yeah, just over 6 minutes to go.
Almost got killed on a tractor one time. They were talking about snow this morning. I plowed the snow out. We had an asphalt road that surrounded our farm, and I owned everything on one side of that road. It made a loop all the way around my place. And just as a help out with my friends and neighbors, when I would plow out the farm driveway, I would just sail down the road, and I'd plow that road all the way around. And the main road out there had a hospital on it. Because of the hospital, they always kept it clean for ambulances. And I tried to hook everybody up. I tried to be a good neighbor. So when I'm already bundled up, I'm out there pushing snow. But I set the cruise control on that tractor so I didn't have to keep my foot on the pedal, and that was a mistake. And I had that front bucket down. Didn't have a snowplow, I just had a front bucket. I had that front bucket down pushing that snow. But the problem was when you get a front load of snow on it, a big weight, you could turn the wheels, but the tractor would still go straight.
Yeah.
So what you had to do was you had to either step on one of the steering brakes or you had to raise the bucket up a little bit and then turn and set it back down. But I was on that fucking road, and there's a big old cliff on one side of me. A pretty good, I shouldn't say cliff, a real big ravine. And I noticed the road was turning. I went to turn the wheel, and the tractor kept going straight. And I reached up to hit the cruise control with my buttons, with my gloves, but I had heavy gloves on because it was an open tractor. It didn't have a cab. And I missed that button. I swung at it 2 times to turn that cruise control button off. By that time, the front wheels had already started going over the edge. And I finally hit the cruise control, but it was too late. Inertia had taken over. The tractor just started sliding. And that hole went down about, 30 or 40 feet with a creek at the bottom of it. That was right about that time. That was the only time I've ever had to bail out. I said, well, it's time for me to get. And as it went over, I just fucking jumped. I didn't get hurt, but that tractor rolled all the way to the bottom of that ravine and come to a rest upside down, still running. Well, I didn't want to blow the engine up for lack of engine, so I ran down the hill real quick, crawled up to it, managed to shut it off. Took me 2 days to get it out of there. So, yeah, could have ended up bad on that one. That was only one of 2 times I ever had to jump off a tractor. The other time was when I ran over some ground hornets, stirred up a bunch of ground hornets. They come after that tractor with a vengeance, and the tractor wouldn't run fast enough to get away from them. I jumped off of that tractor, but it was just out in the middle of a field. But yeah, that was a bad day. My uncle brought his Jeep over. He had a real nice worn winch on it. We were going to first thing we did was we rolled the tractor completely over and got it back up on one side. And then I said, well, let's see if we can pull it up out of this hole. And when we got done, I had destroyed his winch. I ended up buying him a new winch to replace his because I burned it up. I worked it too hard. I finally waved the surrender flag. I said, I surrender. I called a tow truck. And the tow truck guy come out and he charged me $100 to use a real big winch. And he winched it from the bottom of that ravine up to the road. I paid him. No, he said, what are you going to do? I said, drive it back to the farm. He's like, where's your farm? I said, up the top of that hill. He's like, hell, I'll drag it up there for you. So he just drug it on the rest of the way to the farm for me. I had to go about working on it. The shit that it tore up. It actually didn't fare too well from having rolled over a fucking hill.
Back then, things were made to last, It's not what you're getting.
Another friend I went to high school with, his daddy owned a plumbing company. His name was Kenny Nyer. Anybody from Cincinnati has heard of the Kenny Nyer Plumbing Company? I went to school with their oldest son, but he had started out with just one pickup truck as a plumber, and when it was done, he had 50 employees, multimillionaire. But he built a really fine building in an office on the side of a hill in Ohio, and he wanted to clear out behind it because of get the mud. And he was back there working with a little baby excavator, a little miniature excavator, like a diminutive size, but handy. And he got up on the side of that hill, and it got slippery, and the machine rolled over on him and held him under the mud, and it killed him. Suffocated him in the mud. They found him dead underneath the machine.
Oh, no.
Real tragic. Turned an 18-wheeler over once sitting still. You say, well, how the fuck do you do that? It's not hard. I was hauling wrecking debris for my best friend's daddy. I was 17 years old. They had their own hole in the ground. They bought an old gravel pit and we'd tear buildings down in Cincinnati. We'd haul the bricks and all that shit and dump them in that hole. So you dump it in the hole and eventually the hole would fill up. And then they'd cap it with a little bit of dirt so you could pull farther out into the hole. How it's the nature of a landfill. I backed that truck in there full of bricks, old Mack truck, the first tractor trailer I ever learned how to drive. And I was raising the bed up in the air, 40-foot bed, and it raises way up in the air like a dump truck. Well, I didn't have the truck perfectly level when it started, which was on me. But when it started to raise up and it transfers all that weight to the back axle, it settled on one side. And before I could hit the lever to lower that truck, the whole tractor trailer just flopped over on its side.
Oh, damn.
Old man Donnie pulled up to the truck. He walked up. He always had an eyeballed cigar in his mouth. He watched the whole thing. He come pulling up. He looked at me. I'm still in the truck. He didn't ask if I was all right, if I'm alive or nothing. He just looked under. He said, he's like, my truck's fucked, right? Yeah. I'm like, but don't worry, Donnie. I'm okay. I'm alive in here, motherfucker. Help me out.
Yeah.
I spent every weekend for the rest of that summer helping him put that truck back together because I felt obligated to.
Yeah.
He died last year. Good man. What's up, Captain Hayden?
Afternoon. I just got through doing my dump run. Now I'm trying to get everything squared away because the real Hayden can't do anything except run fast and lift weights. So I've got to get us ready for tomorrow.
Man, it pains me to say this, but I respect you. There's men who there's two worlds made up of two people: people who know where the dump is and who've been there, and others. And I only respect people. If you haven't been to the dump, at least hauling some shit there, I got no use for you.
Yeah, I it's pretty much, it's 20 bones, basically whatever you got in the back of your truck. It's tough to beat the price.
Yeah.
And they've got the convicts are out there, knocking the washers and dryers around, trying to get the parts out of them. So, if it helps those guys out too, they get credit for that trash. And it's not like the dump is like the old days where it was a huge landfill. Hell, nowadays it's a damn metal building with the cruncher, the crusher. It's about as easy as it gets,
Yeah, guys, I'm gonna turn off the stream. So just as a side note, AMC ended the day at 358. On GME we ended at 2770. So let's see. We have a new song from Papa Mac, so we're gonna end on that.
Weathered storms, we stood our ground. Even through Bidenomics, we shall rebound. Voices rising, breaking through the shroud. Keep it tight, stand together, stand loud. 2025, oh, what a time to be alive. A new golden era awaits. Wokeness taking its final bow. The time for common sense is now. Strength in our hearts, fire in our souls. We're forging ahead toward our ultimate goals. DJT's vision will be something to behold as we watch Elon's Doge get rid of the old. Better days ahead, time to finish the wall. Together we rise, together we shall stand tall. Through trials and tests, we've paved the way. This new golden time begins today. From every mountain, every valley wide, our hope sparks the flame. Our convictions will be our guide. 2025, such a great time to be alive. A new golden era awaits. Wokeness taking its final bow. The time for common sense is now. Strength in our hearts, fire in our souls. We're forging ahead toward our ultimate goals. DJT's vision will be something to behold as we watch Elon's Doge get rid of the old. Better days ahead, time to finish the wall. Together we rise, together we shall stand tall. Through the lawfare, through the strife, we're reclaiming our God-given rights. With each new step we're breaking free, writing the pages of history. As hope and peace breaks out across the globe, keep it tight, the future's ours to unfold. Bound by hope, united in purpose, through the fire we forge the vow. The golden era is here, and it starts now. And it starts now.